Oh, there it is. Let's see if that works. Hold on. There we go. All right, it works. Are you ready? Hold on, I need to, hold on, wait, wait, Streamlabs. No, not Streamlabs, there we go. Kasane Teto, my love. Kasane Teto, my 31-year-old hag. I love you. I love you. Let me love you, dog. All right. What's this? What was it called? Oh, right. There we go. There it is. This is one of my favorite songs ever. Let's put this in media share. Hello, Chris. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey, Yaya. Media share, add. Wait, hold on. Let's see. Let's see. Will this work? Come on. Come on. There it is. Teto Nation! Rise up! They came before the mods, that's true. Yeah, well, the great leader, what was his name? Fucking, I forgot what Tito's actual name was. I just know him as Tito. Teto, the great leader of Yugoslav, will Wipe out, you capitalist pigs. All right, I'm gonna. We will be getting started soon. But I want to wait for just a few more people to get in, and then we'll start. In the meantime, I'm gonna crack open my book and I'm gonna read a few pages. Hey, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna read it out loud. I'm gonna read it out loud. This is one of the books I've been reading recently. I love reading, as you all know. Uh, this is The Road by Cormac McCarthy. So we're gonna get started with this. All right. They crossed the river by an old concrete bridge, and a few miles on they came up upon a roadside gas station. They stood in the road and studied it. I think we should check it out, the man said. Take a look. The weeds they forded fell to dust around them. They crossed the broken asphalt apron and found the tank for the pumps. The cap was gone, and the man dropped to his elbows to smell the pipe, but the odor of gas was only a rumor, faint and stale. He stood and looked over the building, the pumps standing with their hoses oddly still in place, the windows intact. The door to the service bay was open, and he went in. A standing metal toolbox against one wall. He went through the drawers, but there was nothing there that he could use. Good half-inch drive sockets, a ratchet. He stood looking around the garage. A metal barrel full of trash. He went through the office. Dust and ash everywhere. The boy stood in the door. A metal desk and a cash register. Some old automotive manuals, swollen and sodden. The linoleum was stained and curling from the leaking roof. He crossed to the desk and stood there. Then he picked up the phone and dialed the number of his father's house in that long ago. The boy watched him. "What are you doing?" he said. A quarter-mile down the road, he stopped and looked back. "We're not thinking," he said. "We have to go back." He pushed the cart off the road and tilted it over where it could not be seen, and they left their packs and went back to the station. In the service bay, he dragged out the steel trash drum and tipped it over and pulled out all the quart plastic oil bottles. Then they sat in the floor, decanting them. Decanting them of their drags one by one, leaving the bottles to stand upside down, draining into a pan until the end had almost a half quarter of motor oil. He screwed down the plastic cap, wiped the bottle off with a rag, and hefted it into his hand. Oil for their little slut lamp to light the long gray dusks, the long gray dawns. "You can read me a story," the boy said. "Can't you, Papa?" "Yes, I can," he said. "I can." Do you guys enjoy that? You guys enjoy that? This is such a good book. I fucking love the way that Cormac McCarthy writes his prose. It is so interesting. Also, hello, Scaramouche. Bro joins, calls me handsome, then immediately leaves. He wasn't like in here forever the other day. I actually ordered some more books last night. Some stuff that I'm really excited to read. I got the collected works. I needed Goon at the time. Thank you. There's the I got a few books yesterday. One of the books was the selected works of Karl Marx. So that's really fun. What's the worst book I've ever read? Mein Kampf. That's actually not even a joke. I read a little bit of Mein Kampf, With what a fucking piss baby whiny asshole, dude. Throughout that entire book, it's just him being the most whiny, privileged, like self-important dude ever. Like you can fundamentally see the difference between communism and fascism when reading Mein Kampf just from the start of the book. It's called Mein Kampf. If you don't know, Mein Kampf like translates to my struggle. It's about him. It's about him instead of the collective. It's about him instead of the movement. It's about him and this self-aggrandizing view of himself, as opposed to the first lines within the Communist Manifesto or Capital or Socialism, Scientific, and Utopian. It is the first words are a specter is haunting Europe, the specter of communism, and that immediately frames the entire rest of the writing not as a single person writing their own grievances. It is somebody writing the grievances of an entire class of people. And let's glaze a little bit. Much of Marx's later writings that like delve into this like very evocative nature and evocative prose that he's writing, even though it is a lot of times just pamphlets. It is so just imaginative, and the way that it lights the soul on fire when you read it. It is genuinely like amazing. At one point, and I think it was in his 1844 manuscripts or a critique on the Gotha program, Marx describes the bourgeoisie as vampires. They can only function by sucking the life from the proletariat, and that the proletariat therefore becomes a revenant back to damn the bourgeoisie for the sins they committed upon them. Bro, what the fuck, bro? Holy shit. That's insane. That is some crazy fucking prose. Coming from the guy that people always want to look to and be like, we have to disregard humanism. We have to disregard idealism. We have to disregard, like, all this other shit, right? We have to only be scientific. We cannot be philosophers. We have to be factual. We cannot use flowery language because that is idealism. That is blah, 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 blah. And yet the first thing in the titular work is a specter, a metaphysical thing, a thing that is not real, a specter, is haunting Europe. That ties back to the whole thing I was talking about yesterday about how we need to embrace the humanism and the humanist perspective of narrative and art to get across and to properly bridge the gap between idealistic socialism and scientific socialism. Because if you use stories and art to connect those two together, no longer do they become two things that are at odds with each other. It becomes a synthesis, much in the same dialectical process. It becomes something new. Uh, anyway, yeah, Mein Kampf is the worst fucking book I've ever read. But that I read a lot, or I want to. I want to read a lot. The first thing I did with that paycheck that I got from the first like 6 months um of working YouTube, the $120 paycheck. Last night I went and bought a bunch of books. I bought Karl Marx. I bought a book on Hermeticism. I bought a book on occultism. I bought a book on literary symbolism. I bought a book on symbolism. I bought a book on I and you might be wondering, wow, these are like a lot of books. That's a lot of money you spend. Nope, all these books were like $5 each. So I was like, whatever, dude. So yeah, It's very, very cool. I also have a few other books that I'm looking forward to reading or willing to buy because I need to absorb as much knowledge as possible. Anyway, enough time has passed. 15 minutes. We've enough people have gotten in. Let's launch the game. God damn! Who is this fine bitch on my fucking screen? Who is that? Who is that? Uh, always read. I mean, despite all the stuff that I always talk about, I've actually read little to no theory. I've listened to a lot of it, of like audiobooks and stuff. Is this working? No, it's not working. I need to change the game input. Should I record this? I can just go download the VOD later and do it that way. Oh, this is a work of fiction. I wish it wasn't. But yeah, like I want to try and get more books from like Marx and Lenin. There's a Stalin book that I wanted to get. His introduction to Leninism. I want to get some Mao books and properly read through them. Um, but given the fact that like I have a pretty solid foundation on Marxism as a concept and its more advanced applications and stuff, and given all the videos and like just sparse reading that I do and how I've interacted with it, um, it's kind of gotten me past and gotten me good because it's one Marxism is one of those things where as long as you understand the foundations of like dialectical materialism and historical materialism, you don't need to read the books in the theory like consistently, kind of like you would like a psychology book. You just need to have a good grasp of the concepts, and if you have the indignation of burning righteous fury of oppression and exploitation, then you've practically got it. Loading. Who is she? Who is this? Who is this? Who is this? I don't think I can play this. I hope I don't have to play this game with two hands. I hope I can play it with my feet. Oh, all right. Of the Devil. Hello, buddy. My name is Deku, and welcome to Chat and I playing through the game that, by popular demand, a lot of people have been wanting me to play, called Of the Devil. This was Lintel and their recommendation for me, for their support on Patreon, and through the memberships, and through everything like that. So, look, there's Lintel right now. Right there in chat. Right there in chat. I actually have no idea what this is about. All I know is that it's kind of cyberpunk. All I know is that it's kind of like, it's like a detective game and other things like that. And this is a fine-ass motherfucker right here on my screen. I don't know whose name this is, but good thing I got a third monitor over here, because I maybe have to do some research in a second. What's that say? What's that say? Oh, return. Okay. New case. Episode 0. I didn't mean anything like spoilers. I meant porn. I meant porn. I meant porn. Of the Devil. Oh! Rain sizzles off the neon above me. The summer shower creates a noted uptick in the flickering of holograms down the street, and a slight blunting of the night's ambience. Hold on, let me turn this up just a little bit. There we go. Emphasis on slight. Lights, cameras, and constant noise. This city's got insomnia, with the uneven heart rate to prove it. There's no escaping the secondhand nervous energy of it all, but I'm plenty acclimated. Just a wave of worries cresting on the surface while I hold my breath deep below. Besides, a microdose of nightlife anxiety suits my mood just fine. Because if I'm not careful, the client of mine's gonna die in jail. Holy fuck! My brain is sizzling. I love the imagery. Morgan. Criminal attorney. Hold on. Damn! Oh, damn! First thing I see is enormous Futanari. Okay, back to the game. It's hard. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to get away with murder these days. People are still presumed innocent, at least on paper. But by the time they're in cuffs, there are hardly any shadows of doubt left. Wow, corrupt police state maybe? Because this whole world's lit up, mapped out, never unknown, always online. Whether it's incandescent or neon or hollow, whether it's LCD, LED, or just the nearest phone screen, there's light shining on every last pixel of the map. And someone's always watching. Solitude's a rarity. Anonymity is scarce. And criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. So you take whatever clients you can get. You don't balk at the public defender work, no matter the hour. And should you find yourself in one of the last dark, quiet corners left in the whole world, well, smoke 'em if you got 'em. I liked her eyes. That was very cool. Not that there's much else I can do until... My phone? Whoa. Counselor, your public defender contract has been approved. You are expected at the 254th precinct. Present your ID at the door to enter. I think there's a big thing, especially like in real life, that like anonymity is scarce, but true anonymity is scarce because technically there's cookies and caches of information and browsing history that can build a profile on you that is then sold for profit and other things like that, right? Rarely ever is it like nefarious means. And but what I mean by rarely, it's like the government isn't going to watch you and then come cracking down at your door. They don't really give a shit. They want profit more than anything. But anonymity is also extremely verbose in its availability, at least the veneer of anonymity, such as VPNs or secure connections or hiding your face, not putting your face on social media, other things like that. Arrive at least 15 minutes early. She is so depressed. I'll try. I love her. Looks like the paperwork came through. It's nearly 3:15. Now 90 minutes since I took the job. Probably make it about 2 hours since they finally got smart enough to always ask for a lawyer. If they're really smart, they'll have used that time to get some rest. Because now that I'm here, things are going to get busy. Of the Devil, Episode 0. And he shall appear. Speak of the devil and he shall appear! Oh my god, it's fucking pink! Disable tutorials? You can turn them back on in settings. Yes, turn them off. Disable tutorials. I'm gonna learn by force. Suspect not found. I love this. This is Unity. I can very clearly tell that a lot of this, the way that the lighting is handled, it is Unity. Precinct 254. It's a goddamn ghost town. With nothing but a hologram for a welcoming party. She's so melodramatic. I love her. I do? Do I do this with every game? Do I turn off fucking tutorials with every game that I play? I gotta take my shoes off. My feet were kind of getting hot. I'm here about a homicide. High clearance rates be damned. You think that they treat it at least with a little bit more gravitas. But whatever. If I'm that unimportant, they've got no right to complain if I take my sweet time getting checked in. And I should take my time. Information like cash and my light and work, you gotta spend it to make it. And if you're flat broke, no one will give a shit what you have to say. This really is cyberpunk. Holy fuck. Not only in aesthetics, but like in melodrama and vibe, in like politic. I love it. They got a DLC character. Let's not mention last night when I played Resident Evil 7 for 10 hours straight. By the way, I beat Resident Evil 7 last night. I had an entire single session playthrough of it. It was awesome. Half of you guys weren't there. But I also had a DLC weapon that I chose. Oh, actually, I should probably... If she's going to be appearing over there more, then let me do this, and then I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna do this. There we go. Let's center that. And then let's center that. And we can have this here. And then if I'm over here, it's equal on either side. There we go. It is. Alright. The bar is holding her titties back. Don't worry about it. So let's see if I can poke around and shake some change loose. High traffic hallways, utilitarian furnishing, multiple screening stations. Pragmatic brutalism. So textbook it could teach freshman level architecture. Yes. Which is kind of like the thing with cyberpunk is it's usually brutalist, utilitarian, or corporate. So some things will look very flashy, but other things will be complete. It's basically just surface level aesthetics because they put money elsewhere. You can almost hear the building drone on and on about concrete and iron and hard right angles. The civil planning equivalents of battle scars. From a fight won so long ago that they're starting to look ridiculous. I'm sure it was all very imposing back when it was built. But walking in here now, with crime rates where they are, Feels like a hospice ward for heavy-handedness. A data pad. I'll bite. 0 + 1. 2. Even when they move more advertisements than article, they can still be informative. In a flowery, roundabout, corporate propaganda sort of way. Flowery, roundabout, corporate kind of way must be written by AI. Subway fixes Axe City to refocus on canopy. Declaring the subway tunnels to be irreparably flooded, city engineers announced this week that all plans to drain and repair the system were being suspended indefinitely because there's no profit. Saltwater damage to sensitive electronics, cabling and erosion of key tunnel fixtures were cited as reasons for why 89% of the subway system was evaluated as critically compromised or worse. Civil engineering efforts will be refocused. I fucking hate capitalism, corporate speak. I genuinely hate it. It is so bland and like overly technical English that it. So, another thing about narrative and like art and stuff like that is that we should embrace more of like the flowery language of English and language instead of it being so bland and flat and like accessible to all demographics, right? Because if you look at where a lot of words come from, like from a linguistics etymological standpoint, a lot of them come from supernatural things. Back in the day, we believed in supernatural things, and I don't say we should believe in supernatural things now, but I'm saying that we should embrace the magic of where a lot of words come from and continue to use them because, well, they're evocative. They're far more like grabbing of like your neurons than saying we will restructure blah blah blah. Did I not read the full? I thought I read the full thing. Besides, I got the gist, the takeaway that the city will be focusing on its efforts on the canopy. Scrutiny surrounding the canopy now that there's no plan B. By the way, just so you guys know, I read really fast. So sometimes I'll read something before I actually say it out loud. So I had actually, unless there's another page that I missed, I had read the entire thing before I had spoken out loud. There's no plan B. It's a massive project with a massive budget. Lines the pockets of a lot of people, big and small. None of them would appreciate bad press at the moment, not when Councilman Long's already thoroughly chummed the waters. I need to get Morgan, like, the Communist Manifesto now. The medium's cracked in the corner. Looks bad, but my phone's made of the same stuff. And I'm rolling the dice every time it falls off the sofa. Could probably null the warranty on one of these things with a loud sneeze. And what's the fuck's the point of a warranty? At least it's not broken entirely. Even at this hour, it's still dutifully scrolling through its notifications. Looks like the usual 1-to-1 ratio of public health alerts and inoffensive pop culture trivia you always get served at the state building. Oh my god! Oh my god, it's so neoliberal. I'm gonna have a fucking panic attack, dude. It's so perfect. I love this. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. Morgan, spew off quotations from Mao. Now. There's a few missing persons, too. 1 year of silver plan coverage courtesy of Catechus as a reward for any. Catechus, which is Hermes' staff, the dual serpent-headed staff. Hold on. Shit. Hold on. Hold on. That right there is a catechist. A rod, staff, or wand generally surrounded with wings. Two serpents intertwine about the staff, forming a figure of eight shape. The key elements of this construction of this ancient sign are the serpent, the spiral, and the infinity sign. The circle, wings, and the wand. Catechist is an extremely ancient symbol, and its earliest recorded appearance is on the goblet of King Lagrish, dating back to some 2600 years BC. The catechist is the emblem of Mercury/Hermes and is incredibly rich in meanings. First, the staff or wand is a symbol of power and authority, of magical and supernatural forces, and is the tool of all magicians, medicine men, shamans. It also represents the tree of life, or world access. Then there are the wings on top of the wand. Wings signify flight, both physically and metaphorically, intuition, and the like. That might have been important. That's really funny. Silver's no joke. Family must be getting desperate. An actual police lineup. It's like I walked into a museum. Though museums tend to feel expensive and clean. Dusty, forgotten, probably a lot of unpacked boxes. This homicide department's more like an attic. I love how melodramatic and like flowery the language is that she uses, but I cannot help but feel like it was written by AI, because AI tries to mimic this exact sort of language structure by making things more verbose and more symbolic than it needs to be, and it always fails flat on its face because it's just connecting dots instead of actually making proper deep symbolism, unless you force it to. So, but this feels natural because there's actual narrative, literary, like, influences within them. All right, soda time. Are you certain? Wasn't it dark? Did you know that during traumatic events, memory formation is blah blah blah? Poking holes in that setup must have been like shooting fish in a barrel, and all during billable hours. But there's no room to sow doubt anymore. Not when a modded witness can just submit their testimony as a video recording. Modded. I was literally just thinking, I was like, where are the cybernetics? What are the cybernetics? What if somebody like has Kuroshi optics, right? What if they can record shit with their eyes? Assuming their phone didn't automatically file a police report for them. Oh, wow. This is like true surveillance state, huh? Interesting. I'm wondering where on the spectrum of fascism or neoliberalism or liberalism this like corporate hellscape is kind of like falling under right now. Because sometimes police state cyberpunk oftentimes goes about the very malicious, overly scrutinized, overly watched perspective. But then there's something like Mike Pondsmith's cyberpunk, where things like police work is actually deeply underfunded, and even if people could theoretically have things automatically reported on them, it's such a huge logistical undertaking that doesn't serve profit that they don't do it, right? There's a moment in 2077 where these med techs are talking, trauma team, the people at trauma team are talking to each other, and they are like, what about this new like integrated wetware, right? What isn't this going to mean that like they're going to be able like to read my thoughts? And they're like, but well, just don't think bad thoughts. And that's like one of those things of like thought policing and all things like that. But it's one of those things that in reality, that is such a huge logistical undertaking to be actively listening and watching at every single person with that implant at all times, let alone the fact that only a select few people have it, that it makes no sense for them to actually go about reading their thoughts 24/7, because it's just a nightmare to kind of go under, and it serves no purpose to gaining more capital for them. They only need it for future processes. This art style kind of reminds me of Lobotomy Core. I've taken in all the scenery and learned as much as I can here. Time to get checked in. Hottie alert! Can I make you hard light? Because I'm about to get kind of hard. It booted up fine so far. Good morning. Morgan, here for the public defender contract. Could you please provide your name and... Great! Please stand still for a moment. I wouldn't call intake call as charming, more like harmless. But that's probably what the designers were aiming for. Yep, non-offensive. Oh my god! I love it! People don't mind a quirk or two in their tech, so long as it never speaks out of turn. Curious. I keep seeing her eyes change. I wonder if she has like cybernetics in them. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble placing you. Could you please provide your name and date of birth? So far so good, was it? Just scan my face. Didn't you scan my face as soon as I walked in here? Yes. So don't you already know who I am? Yes. So the only reason you're asking is to see if I'll lie? Impersonating an officer of the court is a felony. Thank you for remaining vigilant. Say, why don't you just scan my ID? Great! Fucking sassing up the robot. That's what I love doing. I love sassing up AI too. Now, could you just confirm your date of birth for me? Why do they even bother asking? My birthday's on the damn ID card and my profile. I'd have to be a world-class airhead to get this wrong. No problem. My birthday is... Actually, I'm gonna go on a complete fucking guess and say it's October. Never mind. Right, still half asleep, I guess. You're allowed, but are you allowed to say it's only theater? No. I must have misspoken. What I meant to say was that my birthday is... Alright, we can just... Let's go to the log. Profiles, Morgan, December 26th, the day after Christmas. That was the other one that I was going to go for. I was either going to say that it's symbolic that her birthday is October because it's fall, autumn, other things. She's very melancholic as a person. But given that it's a day after Christmas, that's even more symbolic. AB, weight, 175 centimeters. God damn, she's tall as shit! Likes puzzles, smoking, wood furniture. I like that it's wooden furniture here because that's also very thematic, because everything around her is kind of like steel, concrete, other things like that. So her liking what is almost certainly an extinct type of plant by this point is very cool. Well, dislikes commercials, hairdressers, jogging. Talent, can fall asleep in any position. Me too, girl. Coffee, decaf, whiskey, sour. Alright. No, it is 175 centimeters is about 5'7", I think 5'6", 5'7". Because 165 is 5'5". Let me check. I know personally I'm 184 centimeters. 175 centimeters, 2 feet. Yeah, 5'7". That's exactly what I thought it was. December 26th. Perfect! Good morning, Morgan Counselor. Shouldn't that be the other way around? It should be Counselor Morgan. Deborah Morgan! Dexter! Tonight's the night. And it's gonna happen again and again! Thank you for your timely arrival and for taking on this public defender contract. All of it's contracting, none of it's government work, all of it is private interest and everything like that. 150 centimeters? You're 5 foot? I kind of thought that you would be like 5'7", 5'8". If you're ready to speak to your client, you can proceed to counseling quarter 3C. Is that what we're calling it now? You mean the interrogation room? I'm sorry to have caused you any confusion. My vocabulary is regularly updated for better reflect state standards and to be and to fucking disengage and disarm people as much as possible so that they don't seem that everything's all fine because it's acting on mortalism and other things like that. Oh, don't sweat it. I can keep track of every new euphemism either. Her eyes changed again. They could call it involuntary wellness check room if they like. Doesn't change the way it makes a person feel, sitting in a stifled box of one-way panels. Nothing to see but their own reflection, dully warped across gunmetal walls. I love you, Morgan. I love you, Morgan. Please, please give me one chance. One chance. Morgan Counselor, can I help you with anything else? What are you? I'm a smart user interface proudly sold by Noble Electronics. Thank you for asking. See, Noble Electronics. Again, what I was saying about the bland language. It's never like noble technologies or noble advancements of technologies or other things like that or cool sounding shit. It's Noble Electronics. It's not hire us to fucking kill you. It's academia. It's not Blackwater, it's academia. It's not fucking whatever other PMC paramilitary group. It's what was it called? It's administrative results, right? Something very bland and non-offensive for the fact that you're murdering a bunch of brown people in a place outside of government jurisdiction because you're an NGO, so technically you don't have to obey the law. If you're interested, you could send a link with your information about your subscription packages. Should I send you a link? No. No, sorry. No, that was a mean question to ask. I know the city's not terribly concerned with the lower rewards, but this is a police station. Why is it so goddamn dusty? This facility is currently undergoing renovations. Since when? The 60s? It has been 22 months. A little over 2 years. Did you? I don't fucking remember you telling me before. I would have remembered and I would have been making fun of you for it. They really don't see a lot of action around here, do they? I'm sorry for any inconvenience you might have encountered. I'm adaptable. What about you? They ever going to fix that crack? Thank you for asking. It has not interfered with my work. Well, that's all that matters, right? That'll be all, thank you. You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective offices. Through the door on your right. Thanks. But I think it's just me for now, so you could go on break if you like. Automated attendants do not take breaks, Morgan counselor. Then what were you doing before I walked in? You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective office. Please, black wall! Break the black wall! Break the black wall! Ads don't get breaks. And they don't get my jokes either. But it's usually the humorless types that are the most fun to mess with anyway. I love you, Morgan. I love you, Morgan. I love you, Morgan. I love you, Morgan. Faint voice. Eyes going bad or something? A voice. No. Voices coming from down the hall. 2 years? Probably. Thank God I stopped for directions. A building this empty and desk could have been... The desk could have just told me to follow the echoes. One voice sounds older, rougher, and decidedly low energy. I like to imagine that Morgan has my voice. Like she has like such a distinct like low baritone voice. It's like that one girl from Venture Bros where like it's very clear like a man's voice speaking, or like Edna Mode from Incredibles, it's clearly Brad Bird speaking. Appreciate you caring about me. God forbid I try to be serious, while the other rings with useful indignation. It's not like our jobs is important or anything. Definitely cops. And at this precinct, at this hour, they might be the only 2 living, breathing people in the whole complex. 'Cause why else would you bother to print all of that out? 1 document or 100 looks the same on a data pad. Anytime you question a suspect, you need to have a heavy file in hand. Makes them think you know better than their priests, their mothers, their big brother. I wasn't going to say that. So how many of these sheets were blank then? Oh my god, everybody's so fucking hot in this game. Oh my god damn. Holy shit, we got an eye patch girl. Eye patches, oh. Checking out some of the terms. Yeah, but it's fun to kind of... I mean, I kind of get with the terms. They're very similar to a lot of the other... automated dependent. It's an AI. Conductive resin. This is probably just a thing for... probably works in cyberware and other things like that. And is used for the big displays and holograms. Datapad is just a fucking iPad. Holograms are holograms. Oh. Higher your standards. No. If I think... Look. I'm a diagnosed hypersexual. It is kind of hard to... I'm kind of hard. But, look, if someone looks attractive or vaguely feminine in shape or has... has a heartbeat, I might want to nail it. Not just for definitions. Okay, then let's take a look at it. Terms. And abbreviated as ad and referred to in common conversation as ad or ads. Automated dependent is a catch-all term encompassing robots, intelligent programs, interactive holograms, and androids. Ads are present both digitally and physically in everyday industry and nation on the planet, assisting in everything from data management to physical labor. Great. In the mid-21st century, lobbyists pushed through new tax classifications to define intelligent machines. Ooh! That were neither salaried employees nor mere equipment, because it afforded tax breaks and lighter tariffs. Holy shit! Okay, so, wow. They purposely made things analogous to humans because it would have that is just like a deep, almost cultural thing that shows that they care so little about humans that a thing that looks like humans gets more tax breaks. We're neither salaried employees nor mere equipment. The term became so commonly used that it spread to all branches of the robotics industry, from which point it began to penetrate into everyday speech and pop culture. Kind of like ads is a very cool term. It reminds me of it reminds me of like a lot of like Mike Pondsmith terms. Fuck, what was the one for something kind of similar, although not having to do with androids, is like Ripper, right? You call somebody a Ripper, and that's your Ripper dog, right? Or you call some or like a runner, right? That's a net runner, something like that. These are very like net runner, Ripper dog. All these things sound kind of weird. They kind of sound very high concept, but one's just a surgeon for cyberware, and then the other one's just a hacker. Some sociologists argue that the term owes its popularity not simply to its abbreviated and prevalence, but to its ability to draw a distinction between the commonplace robots, androids, smart AI, smart UIs, etc., and the internationally illegal artificial intelligences. Searching for this term may incur an account flag. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here. Oh, might flag your account, huh? Yeah, but how many times are you going to get flagged? Is it just them trying to threaten you vaguely? Very cool. No red carpet tonight, officers. Okay, by the way, I want to mention, he's all right. She's very fine. That's all I got to say. Or they. You never know. Even if you have enormous tits, you can be whatever you want. Oh, sorry about that, ma'am. We don't keep an extra hand. But I will say I hate both of them because they're cops. We don't keep any extra hands around these hours. Probably faster to let the desk handle intake anyway. But mostly cheaper. I can already tell that she's much more of a nihilist and like a cynic. Despite the fact that she probably hates police work as much as the next person, but she is so grizzled and jaded by it all that she's like, I'm the only good cop left in this world, or something like that. Yeah, good cop. You the lawyer? I am. Holy shit, they're tiny. Almost about as tall as Chris. Morgan Esquire, pleased to meet you. Same here, counselor. He's got a funny face. Quasum London. And the ball of sunshine here is my partner, Farah Reyes. That's cool. So she's got some Latin fucking heritage, probably, maybe South American, maybe Hispanic, and clearly Middle Eastern of some sort. If Farah comes from, if that's the same place, maybe Egyptian or somewhere around there. Ball of sunshine. She certainly is. Huh? Sorry if you were kept waiting. Chatter between the departments has been hectic all night. It's no trouble. Wait, hold on. No, that's not what I wanted. I love that for the past 2 games I can press the left mouse button and go back. Because ever since Cyberpunk did that for me, and I have like 2,000 hours in Cyberpunk, I keep pressing the right mouse button to go back, and half the time it doesn't work. Profiles, Morgan. What's her full name? Okay. Reyes. Farah Reyes. I wonder if this is it doing like the jet 162 centimeters. Okay, so she's only like 5'6" 5554. Rye Slime's automotive history. Homicide detective, 3rd class. Liars, small plates. Cheap people. Watching product reviews. Great. Games of chance. Right Eye, Osiris, Elite, 86. Oh, so it's under that eye patch, huh? Very cool. London. Kazim, London. 186 centimeters, so he's 6'4"? Oh, 6'1". Okay. Cause I was like, well, 100. My height is around 185. Did I say 184 or 85? I don't fucking remember. I use fucking feet. I don't remember my exact centimeters height. Blood type. Yeah, he's a fucking scrawny ass too. Homicide detective. Photography, cool. Dive bars, bangs. As in the very bad bangs he has now. Ties, pollen, after hours work management, podcast, pencil sketching. Ooh. Running late. Very cool. He didn't have any cybernetics on him. Nor did Morgan, I don't think. Let me see. Morgan. No. Also, each of these has a very unique final thing here. This one has frequencies of something, this one has drink, and the other one has cybernetics. So that very much clearly, I'm guessing that's meant to kind of emphasize an aspect of their character that is important to them. So with London here, that frequency of being late is important. For Farah, this idea of having a cybernetic is very important to them. And for Morgan, being an alcoholic is also a big thing to them too. It's no trouble, gave me time to enjoy my cigarette. Cigarette? Like tobacco? What are you, 80? Let me guess, it's probably a lot better to have a nicotine stick or something. She can't be more than a few years younger than me. We're, the detectives in charge of this particular case. And it looks like tonight, we're also your humble guides to the illustrious homicide department. Apologies in advance for any cobwebs. Pretty sure I've seen this London character around the courthouse before. He looks like he's to be in his maybe 30s. He never struck me as more than just some old-timer, yeah. But I suppose an old-timer is an accomplishment in of itself in his profession. Sunshine is definitely a new face, though. Rigid in her posture, her attitude, 3 in the morning, and her shirt still looks ironed. Very meticulous, probably a neurotic type of character. Given her disposition, her eye patch, I imagine if she's a new face, she probably had something recently traumatic happen and she felt that going into police work was her only thing. Maybe her eye got shot out in some sort of gang dispute and got replaced with a nice fancy cyberware, and then now she's here and that attitude persists. Freshly promoted, maybe. Maybe. But 3rd class means that... Is it first class? Does it go 3rd class and then 1st class is the highest? Or is it 3rd class is the highest and 1st class is the lowest? 2 whole detectives working at these hours? Sounds serious. Unless you were just the first to arrive on the scene. No, we're not nearly that timely uniforms. Responded to the emergency calls within a few minutes. Calls, plural. Must have been quite the commotion. Yeah, that was something I clocked too. It's one of these things where, as horrendous as cops are in real world, something really interesting in a lot of cyberpunk does is it turns cops into as more of victims as they are than they are in real life of the system, where a lot of times municipalities and things like that and precincts are essentially no longer government tied. They're not even private organizations. They're basically just community run things that, as long as people are volunteering themselves to be cops, that's the only way police work will get done. That's the only way that things like judges and other things will get done. And all this other stuff, because it doesn't serve a profit market. It doesn't serve any of these other things. And I always find that really interesting. And why I say that is because you see this with something like with the LAPD in Blade Runner, right? You see that with Deckard as a detective, and oftentimes detectives are usually, they're very much different from like the beat cop that usually beats on people and enforces status quo and other things. Detectives are almost like a liberal wing of them that is actually trying to actively solve crimes, but they would function almost entirely the same without the detectives. So it's almost as if these detectives are like the human aspect of police work, and I always find that very interesting. Especially, I might be a little bit biased because I almost went into detective work when I was younger, because I was really good at forensic studies and other things like that, and for a while I had a plan. This was me when I was like 16, 17, before I ever gained any air of proper class consciousness, and I was like, well, I want to be able to help as many people as possible. I hate cops, but I don't really think that there's any other solution for me right now, since I can't do any other thing that I wanted to do, such as art, writing, or YouTube work. Might as well use my science and other things like that to get through cheap college to become like a forensics analyst or something like that. So it's always very interesting to see detectives being much more of a human face. And obviously it's one of those things like, yes, ACAB, they count, right? They're still cops. They're still a part of the system. Their inherent part of it within this infrastructure leads to these other things. God damn, Morgan is white as shit. I just noticed that. I've been staring at Farah here for so long that I look back to Whitey over here. I was like, damn, bitch, you glowing. Look around. You think we're the first to arrive for anything? We were only tapped after circumstances at the scene indicated involvement with an ongoing investigation. Our ongoing investigation. A very subtle issue. But I may as well bite at this point. So your suspect that this client of mine is involved in some separate criminal activity? Wait, did they really not? No, I guess they wouldn't put in a public defender's briefing. Because, I mean, a public defender is essentially very similar to a detective, at least in terms of, like, social standing and social point. One is to solve a crime. The other one is to defend a person from the same system that they operate instead of being assumed guilty from the very beginning. But a lot of times detectives will want to get a case over, whether it's a guilty verdict or not, because they get paid at the end of the day. And a lot of times it's for a profit motive, because more guilty quotas and other things means more pay, meaning it bolsters their own social standing, and oftentimes a form of social capital or personal welfare. God damn it, now fucking Reyes is... There we go. Wait, hold on. I'll sit right here. There we go. That's the heartbreak killer in that room. And we've got the bastard dead to rights. So if you're kind, you'll help him plead it out. And if you're smart, you'll pass the shitstorm onto some other night owl and go back to bed. I'm not feeling particularly kind or smart at the moment. So perhaps in the meantime, you'd be so polite as to fill me in with this heartbreak killer. Hold on. Actually, I should... Technically, I would be, like, right here in terms of height. Because if he's 6'1", I'm 6'2". So if I... Right here. Right? Eye contact, head to head. That's maybe like an inch off. There we go. I'm part of the team. Hold on. Wait. Because this is here. I can... I'm a part of the team, guys. Hold on. There we go. There we go. There we go. The bottom left, I know I could go to the bottom left. I could, but it's kind of funny being right here. They cover utilities at the rock you live under. Is there a problem? You're seriously not familiar with HK? Never heard of him. I've heard enough of him for a lifetime. That name has been plastered all over the city for weeks, their crimes wavering between breaking news and urban legend. Their presumed goals flip-flopped from unadulterated anarchy to unappreciated vigilantism. At street corners, in the media, on the net, everyone's indulging in the same kind of armchair detective speculation that I can't stand. But right now, I need to figure out exactly how much police do or don't know. And when it comes to cops, I always get better results playing dumb than acting smart. I think he's a repeat offender? Was it the killer part that tipped you off? Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna... Me too. I really do like that too. There we go. We can put it right there. Y'all don't need to see subtitles, right? What if somebody's... I almost said, what if somebody in my chat is deaf? But I'm pretty sure you could probably read that pretty well. Also, I would imagine that they're probably watching my videos with subtitles anyway. I also don't support subtitles because I don't have a dedicated subtitler. Okay, whatever. I'm thinking too deep into it. Fuck it. It's fine if my thing blocks it off. You must have at least heard about his MO Media. MO Media's gone crazy with it, along with everyone else. One bullet straight through the heart. Body left to lie where it falls. Hence the name Heartbreaker. Not exactly creative, but amidst the swirl of every other 100-word articles out there, catching his triumph's originality. What you won't read about online is that all 6 of HK's victims... HK? I wonder if they use an HK weapon, a Heckler & Koch pistol, maybe a Mark 23 or a USP. Were shot by the same gun, without even needing to reload. Horrible to say. I know, but 6 for 6? Well, I wonder what would happen if somebody had a cybernetic heart. Would it still penetrate through the soft tissue of the heart? And if you don't need to reload and it's the same gun, are they dropping casings? Now let's say there's a variety of pistols or weapons out there that wouldn't leave ammunition behind. There's obviously wheel guns like revolvers and the like. There's also brass catchers and casing catchers for other things. It could also be some form of caseless ammunition with this high-tech cyberpunk future. Or it could be as simple as a single shot pistol where they shoot once and then they reload later. So, for instance, there is a mechanism on an HK pistol, the Mark 23 or the SOCOM, where if you actually lock up the slide, you can fire it once and the slide won't fire back, but then you'll have to manually eject the round or the casing afterwards. But it allows you to muffle the sound even more because the slide isn't firing backwards, along with the massive suppressor at the end of it too. It's pretty good shooting, isn't it? Hitting the bullseye at the shooting range is good shooting. Doing it 6 times in a row is great. But shooting 6 people with accuracy like that is a whole different beast. Probably some form of cybernetic, right? Takes a certain kind of monster, a real freak. His pulse probably didn't even rise. I see. Sounds robotic. Almost makes him sound like a machine. Is it possible that... No, it is not. There's no such thing as a killer robots, madam. Of course, my mistake. You're telling me in a world of corporatism that they aren't going to make some sort of automated robots for security defense contracts? Come on. Come on. Get with the program. Get with the program. Yes, it's obviously a lot better to use human labor than robots half the time, because you can contract more out for a higher price and the like, and have it be special and obviously skill and other things like that. And the human chaos that comes with human soldiers and security. But even something as minute as like a wrist stabilizer, cybernetic, or a neural implant that allows you to not have your heartbeat raise, or muscle twitches or other things like that could improve shooting. Yeah, but they said the same gun each time. And I would imagine in a cyberpunk dystopia, ammo might actually be pretty cheap. Or at least commonly available enough, rather. After all, ammunition production is a business. So all those androids marching in the military, those robots patrolling in police uniforms, those drones dropping firebombs from the sky, I guess they're all filing blanks. Fair enough. Machines can kill, and they have been for decades, but they don't commit murder. Right. Because that's not murder. Evil like Heartbreak is all organic. I mean, you're still committing murder. A machine killing somebody on a human's order is still murder. It's just a proxy that is doing that. But if you're saying morally that it's not a robot doing it, I think they're very much glossing over the fact that cybernetics, that was pretty terrifying though. I should really start paying more attention to the news. How I managed to mix 6 murders. Well, you can only blame yourself for missing 5. Pardon? You're still not getting it? HK6 victim was found a few hours ago, when we caught the son of a bitch red-handed. So you're convinced that my client is a heartbreak killer, and tonight was his latest crime? That's a serious accusation with serious consequences. I take it you have serious evidence to back it up? Pfft. I was being literal, counselor. Red-handed. When we found your client, he was covered in her blood. Well, that's not good, is it? Fucking, I love these characters. I love whenever characters are flawed and actually speak human. I love whenever characters are just characters. Oh my god. Fucking, I'm about to come, dude. I love good writing. I love good narrative. What you say about certainly sounds compelling. Is that lawyer talk for open and shut? And even if that's the case, how does one crime scene make him look good for 6 murders? It's all there in the discovery files and the arcs, of course. Arcs? Augmented reality crime scene. I wonder how often this is manipulated to get more cases closed quicker. Tech corporations and frequently modified or even personalized by local municipalities, ARC systems are used by major police forces, most insurance investigators, and many law firms. After its introduction in the 2060s, the technology briefly came under public scrutiny when the independent news organization United Mediacasters released a series of reports claiming that ARC data was regularly edited by corrupt officials. The fuck did I say? I'm so good at this shit, dude. I am so good at this shit. Join the local net on your phone and we'll turn over everything you need. The local net. Well, they're taking a lot of inspiration from common cyberpunk terminology and euphemisms. Because it was popularized by like the net running of Mike Pondsmith 2077, Cyberpunk Red 2020, 2013, where almost each building or city had their own local internet instead of it being an interconnected thing. So instead of it being the mass, like, very much interconnected global spheres that are in, like, real life, where you have, like, you know, the East Asian sphere, and then you have the European sphere, and then you have the American sphere, and then you have a few other separate places and isolated local nets that can be run privately. It kind of was taking that private idea and turned up, where this idea of CityNet, or SITI net, came into existence, where each city had their own internet. They had their own websites and stuff, and you couldn't access them unless you were in there, or you were a really good runner that could proxy your way into it. I'll bet. Thanks for that, detective. I'll be sure to read it over. But if it's all the same, could I ask you some questions while I've got you here? What kind of attorney wants to interrogate the detectives? This kind of attorney. her face. You're just that pleasant. Come on, sunshine. Not like we're going to be punching out anytime soon, right? Whatever. Let your client stew in the interrogation all night for all I care. Intero. You mean the counseling quarters? We're at your disposal, counselor. Oh man, I love you, Morgan. Let's see. Anything else around? I'm getting like a Danganronpa feel. From like the way that it's kind of like 3D and shit. Hold up. Barren, stark, and uninviting. This must be Reyes' desk. Keeping your workstation neat and tidy is admirable, but I can't spot a single mote of personalization. Is she so new that she hadn't had time to unpack, or is she really uptight and boring? She's a robot! She's an actual killer robot. Both, maybe. You shouldn't have cleaned up so much just for a little old me, Detective London. Someone really needs to introduce this guy to a filing system. Or even just a stapler. I have a stapler. Right there. Paper documents scattered about lazily alongside actual photographs. Interesting that they still have a little pool chain lamp like that. I mean, it looks very, like, noir looking. Either he's really old-fashioned or just like or really paranoid about data leaks, and he doesn't look like the paranoid type. Well, orderliness aside, some things are better in paper. I'll give them that. Latest Androids received warm welcome, bolstered by strong earnings report and surging sales of the Animate 16. Noble Electronics stock rose by a stunning 3%. Jesus. Is Noble supposed to be like this version of like Militech or Arasaka? Or is it more of like a Moore or Raven electronic? This week to a new high record, while Noble's latest iteration has yet to surpass the sheer popularity of its predecessors, and an increased profit margin has left Noble's shareholders very enthused. Many investors were skeptical when, at their new infamous 2084 trade convention, Noble announced that the 16th line would be the first generation of Androids to feature over 50% organic components, so-called warm Androids, which at the time only saw demand in the health, senior, and childcare sectors, were looked down upon as impractical due to increased maintenance costs, cuts, scratches, bruises, and the like. Jesus Christ. You're going to be using all of that for profit in an Android instead of using it for medical fields? God damn. And how organic is it? Is it like organelles or is it synthetic organism? I wonder if this is going to try and say something like, oh, the more human the Android gets, the more human it becomes. Or is it just going to try and blur a line of like transhumanism? I would prefer the transhumanist line because the Android line is like, unless you want to go into a supernatural way of where like, yeah, these androids are like another just section of the proletariat, right? Then yes, that's cool. But if you're just trying to say like, oh, they're human because they have human features, it's like, no, they're not. Fucking a baby doll could have organs and shit and functioning organics. It doesn't make it human. And while some critics voice concerns that fringe religious or traditionalist groups might find warm androids controversial, more businesses feared that Noble was alienating its customers in the industrial military sectors in order to cater to civilian consumers, users that viewed their robots from across the room and not from above the factory floor. Yeah, exactly. Detroit Become Human. That was the other thing that I was thinking on. Is if you want to go with that Android thing, if you want to go the Android are people route, you need to make the entire story about that. It cannot be in the background, because the moment that you say that that's in the background, that's what should be the focus. There's an even more exploited class of individuals that are literally artificial, but we're focusing on just the human aspect. No. But if you're blurring the lines of like transhumanism and what it might mean to be human, at least from a profit-driven corporate perspective, that they look human and are being treated like humans, but they're not human, then what does that mean for actual humans? What does that mean for these true humans that are getting treated sometimes even worse? Will completely replace the more robotic predecessors to daily lives within the next 3 to 5 years. As described in the earnings report, much of the 16th line success, and indeed the successes of Noble's androids in general, can be attributed to the remarkable lifelike personal charm of their products, and by all accounts, the charm can be attributed to the work of Noble fame lead programmer Dr. David Asher. Because again, apparently true AI doesn't actually exist. It is just kind of cool looking, maybe sort of advanced, large LLM or something like that. Lead programmer is the understatement of the century, said Noble brand ambassador Lucy Dees on stage at their latest hashtag Noble Industries weekend. It's because of his Turing solution that every Noble product, from the sleekest assistant to the most advanced intensive care technicians, are so beloved and trusted by our customers. While his reputation was on full display at the event, Dr. Asher himself was nowhere to be seen. He's always been reclusive, but he's become a genuine hermit in the recent years. Are we really to believe he's still... Hey fam, looks like you're not logged into this device. Want to put in your account info so we can keep reading? Shut your bitch ass up. Going and fucking appropriating slang or AAVE at the same time so he can seem hip to get more... I'm gonna behead... Hold on. I need to fucking... Give me a second. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this. This is not a threat. This is a promise. Where is it? Go on. There it is.
Listen, V. Total Corpo death. Kill Corpos. Behead Corpos. Roundhouse kick a Corpo into the concrete. Slam dunk a fur blood into the trash can. Crucify filthy Corpos. Defecate in a Corpos food. Launch Corpos into the sun. Stir fry Corpos in a wok. Toss Corpos into active volcanoes. Urinate into a Corpos chew 2 tank. Judo throw Corpos into a wood chipper. Twist Corpos heads off. Report Corpos to the Wizards Council. Karate chop Corpos in half. Curb stomp pregnant Corpos. Trap Corpos in the desert. Crush Corpos in the trash compactor. Liquefy Corpos in a vat of acid. Stomp Corpos skulls with steel-toed boots. Lobotomize Corpos. Mandatory abortions for Corpos. Grind Corpo fetuses in the garbage disposal. Drown Corpos in fried ramen grease. Vaporize...
That's what I'm going to do to every last Corpo in every Cyberpunk game. Settings. I want to turn this down because it was really... It is very loud for me. There we go. Listen, V. It's no wonder. Can't spit without it landing on a piece of noble tech these days. Oh, so it is Arasaka. It is basically Militech or Arasaka. Very cool. Especially not the states where the states involved. Don't know if they'll bite when it comes to the warm androids though. For government use, they're just... I would say too frail. All androids undergo wear and tear, especially if they're directing traffic or suppressing crowds. Yeah, you'd probably want to get the cheaper ones instead of the more expensive ones, and if the cheaper ones wear and tear as fast as the more expensive ones, then you just cut costs and maximize profits. I do too. I really like the... I was literally just thinking that when I was in the menu. I was like, damn, I really like this like gambling kind of thing. It very much kind of reflects Morgan's own disposition. So if these warm androids bleed pink all over themselves every time they take a rock to the cheek, it's just an endless stream of bad photo ops waiting to happen. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay, so it's like the Wayland Yutani androids, like the milk blood, instead of like, so they're organic in the way that they're synthetics that are so advanced that it kind of looks like organics and the like, and instead of just being pure machinery and like, you know, gears and the like, there's more like almost like a wet wear, sort of wet wear being where it is kind of surrounded by liquids and other things like that, kind of like how it needs oil or other fluids to process, or like how a computer has a cool a liquid cooling system and something like that, but much more advanced. That makes sense. I mean, there was a whole debate with the Wayland Yutani androids to see if they were human or not. But in reality, I think they bordered on true artificial intelligence, but like were just kind of really good, personable robots that didn't actually have any wants or ideals they could change over time. loose wires, missing panels, and aircon system that probably sweats more than the people it's supposed to cool. No room in the budget for making the office not look like shit, huh? I expected to find a lot of belt tightening at Homicide, but I didn't think their operation would be this bare bones. Yeah, belt tightening at Homicide basically meaning that they've slimmed down the Homicide because they're not worried about it, that they kind of tighten the belt, so to say. They got in a stunning clearance rate that they work fast. Guess the city sees that and just assumes their job is easy. Maybe their job is easy. Well, with our dear doting surveillance state eliminating so much of the footwork. But if your wheels don't squeak, you don't get your palms greased. So Homicide ends up as the only State Department with a shrinking budget. A dumping ground for the police force's most unambitious and least popular. What did I say, dude? What the fuck did I say about, like, detectives and Homicide and all this other shit? I'm telling you, I'm so fucking good at Cyberpunk. I'm so good at Cyberpunk. Because that's the thing. Dystopia is never what the world can become. It's a reflection of the extreme side of what the world already is. Nothing else jumps out at me around here. I've got a better idea of who I'm dealing with, at least. Now I need to check out the crime scene data. I should have sent a link. You've been granted access to state files regarding KL433511. Reply C to confirm. Confirm. You need to reply C to confirm. Am I talking to a person? I am an automated dependent. Ads are usually more polite. Our personalities are tailored to suit our users' preferences. So the state likes you to be a little authoritarian. You need to reply C. C. You need to reply... It's case sensitive. I fucking knew it, dude! C. This was made with the vitriol and indignation of modern, like, tech finance capitalism that only somebody who has either been in the tech industry, seen how shitty it gets, and is a fan of Cyberpunk can make with just the same amount of vitriol. Alright, if I project my phone... Arc? User portal, initializing. Went to reality crime scene. Alright, let's see what the police have. Alright, now that we're in a new section, I'm going to... oh my god. I'm gonna go get a snack. Stretch my legs. Take a small little break. Oh, fuck. Pizza's ordered, and I got myself a snack. Chicken and a biscuit and spray cheese. This is a real man's fucking snack, dude. So for those that aren't in the United States or haven't ever tried these, chicken and biscuit are really cheap crackers that like have a chicken seasoning on them, and yeah, then put spray cheese on them, and yeah. Man, into the trash can. See? Look at that. Got some cheese on a cracker. Mmm. Fucking delicious, dude. Absolutely amazing. Time for YouTube Shorts.
It's a rage bait 'em. What perfume are you wearing? Me, bald ass freak. This is what Lex Luthor wears and how Clark Kent pronounces it's a rage bait 'em. What perfume are you wearing? Me, bald ass freak. This is what Lex Luthor wears and how Clark Kent pronounces it's a rage bait 'em. What perfume are you wearing? Me, bald ass freak. This is what Lex Luthor wears and how Clark Kent pronounces it's a rage bait 'em. This is why I struggle to fully convey to Americans just how bad they have it. The whole concept of sick days is idolatrous capitalism. When we started work in the Netherlands, we asked HR how many sick days we get. After
Idolatrous capitalism, and then preceded by in the Netherlands, that's still capitalism, dude. You just have a human face to it so that people can put up with it more.
That some of these videos do is they like to, instead of having a thin edge, which this guy would have cut his hands if they had a thin edge, is to do that trick, they just have it thicker on the edge. So
that guy's here to kill me. And he's got a weapon on him or something. That guy's here to kill me.
That's one of Agent Curtis's men, Barry.
What? No, that's not. He's got a weapon on him or something.
What? I thought he was with you guys.
No, he's with you. Shit.
This is for Christopher and Hank.
32% of man who...
My body just does not believe in winter afternoons. I'll be waking up at 9 a.m., do the work I plan to do today, take my daily walk, have dinner, and immediately after my brain just goes, work done, walkie's done, food done, sun has set, time for EP. Like, no, get your ass back here, it's 4:30 p.m. My body just does not believe in winter afternoons. I'll be waking up at 9 a.m., do the work I plan to do today, take my daily walk, have dinner, and immediately after my brain just goes...
You'll show him this.
I once watched a colleague who had just returned to work after maternity leave highlight every email in her inbox and press delete. When she saw the look on my face, she shrugged and said, if they really need to talk to me, they'll find me. I think of her nearly every day. I once watched a colleague who had just returned to work after maternity leave.
Commander, what's that on the wall?
What is it? Some dead man took all the peanut butter. What care I for the butter of peanuts?
Damn it. Oh.
Waking up at 2 a.m. to pee? That's...
God damn.
Vito! Fuck you do?
Mom, check it.
Vito! Oh, fuck!
I can't let you get close. Please, Pete, I need this. I'm about to end this man's whole career.
Ah! Woo! Don't hurt him now, Shaq. Don't hurt him now. All right. Break time over. I need to do incremental breaks because since I'm not on my ADHD meds, aka Adderall, I need to like stop what I'm doing and then like go do something else for a second and then come back to it. That was the only way that I was able to get through all of Resident Evil last night. All right, let's see what the police have. Yummy string cheese. What they think is important. The victim's body. Cause of death, ballistic trauma, class 4 blood loss, atrium and aorta. Right into the heart. Single gun shot ruined to the heart. In brief, death was instantaneous. Well, no. It would not have been instantaneous. If I know anything about my forensics, I know that heart trauma is a slow and painful way to go. Well, fast, but also pretty not painful, but very fucking horrific way to go. Because you're still going to be alive for a while until that blood is deoxygenated and it's the normal bodily process and you suffocate to death. No injuries anywhere else and no blood or skin under his nails, her nails. Blood splatter, forensics. I wonder if this was a crime of passion, if it was a woman. Typically, women who have crimes committed against them is usually gender related. Blood spatter, forensics, and all that other good stuff tells them that she was shot from there. So the killer was standing in the doorway when they fired. I wonder if maybe they disguise themselves? They don't have a peephole on that door. Yep, no ammo. The murder weapon, or revolver, found right next to the body. Oh, so is it the same type of weapon, or was this the same weapon, the exact same gun that was used in the previous ones, but only now it was left behind? If it was 6, that makes sense. They wanted to kill somebody with one shot from each of the cylinder rounds in the cylinder, and only then would they allow themselves to have gotten caught and then drop the gun. 6 empty casings found in each of the 6 chambers mean the gun's been fired 6 times. What the fuck did I just say? Looks like the crime scene tech practically disassembled the damn thing, but all they found were fingerprints belonging to my client. What if the Heartbreak Killer is like extorting and racketeering people, like kind of convincing other people to do it for them? What this Heartbreak Killer, like, one person does it, like, this is really meticulous, but you never know with serial killers and other things like that. One person does the job, kills somebody, gives the gun back, gun gets cleaned down, and then they hand over now 5 rounds with 1 spent, get the fingerprints off of all of from the past person onto the current person they're going to pass it on to, because they're going to have to load it in individually, and all of the shells. Then they fire, and then that process just keeps going and going and going until finally this final person, who is suspected to be the Heartbreak Killer, isn't actually the original killer. They're only the first in a line of them that had been systemically having fingerprints removed from the casings and then new ones put onto them, which you would be able to tell how old the casings are. And if that had happened, if you see anything like discharge around the rim of the casing and how caked on it is and other things like that, would tell you how old it is. Because if it's easily able to be wiped off, it's fresh. But if it's kind of caked on there, it's been hardened and oxidized in the atmosphere. And if suddenly that isn't there, right, and maybe the casings are too clean or anything like that, despite being clearly fired because the primer on the back is indented, showing that it's been fired, then that would tell you that someone had cleaned those casings meticulously, because the gunpowder burns on the inside of the brass was gone. I don't even know where to start. Highly procedural would be an understatement. It would be highly procedural, and it definitely, if that theory is correct. Also, welcome back, Lintel. I did see your message about vacuuming the kitchen. What, you got carpeted kitchens or some shit? Usually you just need to sweep the kitchen if you have wood floors. Or solid floors. Seems like this vase got tossed aside at some point. Yeah, there's not a scratch on it. Must be pretty damn durable. Or it was put there as some form of toss-up. Isn't art supposed to be delicate? Maybe it's making a statement. Stand-up mirror, shattered and knocked over. Right there's the bullet. So they are right behind it. Real glass, no screens or cameras here. It was hit hard enough to come unattached from its arm, while shards of glass were scattered far enough to land on the victim's body. So I wonder if maybe they got shot and flew backwards. Maybe they were off balance. Because, I mean, there's rarely any pistol caliber that fits into that small of a round. Maybe 44 or 357, or God forbid, fucking 45-70 or some shit could fly someone back, and that would fit into a revolver. But if that looks to be maybe something like 38 or 45, so that would not send someone flying backwards unless they were already quite a distance back and went off kilter and like stumbled backwards the moment it pierces through their chest and slammed back up against the mirror. What a mess. Saw the big ticket items. What about the security? Looks like the apartment was unlocked all night. It's not uncommon for people their age in a neighborhood like this. But no signs of forced entry only hurts my client's case. What about the rest of the room? There's not much else flagged here. Just a lounge chair that got thrown, and whatever that is. Unidentified ceramic debris. Meaning, what if that vase that was over there did get damaged in some way at the bottom, or just like from wear and tear being embedded into the floor, and it was there originally but then got moved? Or maybe whatever's on the shelves back there got knocked over as well, maybe for some sort of defensive weapon. Flag as irrelevant? That's their technical assessment? Guess my crime scene techs weren't sure what to make of it. Okay. That's everything that the police highlighted. But did I miss anything? No. Something in the victim's hand. How the hell did... It's just a pill organizer. Looks like some immune adjusters, NICEADs, tripexosone, synthetic glucocorticoid medication taken daily to reduce rejection symptoms like phantom pain or generalizing itch. Oh, it was an immunosuppressant for cyberware. The autopsy said her tox screens was clear, but it's not like it matters. Well, that doesn't make sense. Well, obviously they were lying, but a tox screen doesn't just show toxins or poisons. It shows anything. It shows Adderall. It shows a fucking SSRI. It shows fucking cortisol medication. It shows anxiety medications. It shows cocaine. It shows anything that was in the body at that point during autopsy. And the moment you die, if you haven't pissed or shit it out yet, it's going to be in your body forever until it reaches its chemical half-life or dissolved in some other form or another. She could have swallowed every medicine cabinet in the city and it still wouldn't change the cause of death. It's odd, but ultimately irrelevant. Well, maybe not irrelevant, because probably whatever's in those pills could have actually narrowed down why she was the victim in the first place. Maybe there was a dispute over drugs, maybe? Or perhaps she was profiled as having been using these medications, therefore was seen as an easy target? Everything else in here is all very incriminating, but the kicker's everything that's not here. No out-of-place DNA, footprints, crumbs. Nothing that points towards anyone except my client. I've done more with less before, but not much more. I love you. You're so sassy. I'm really going to have to sing for my supper this time. Better get started. Who the hell's messaging me at this time of night? First person who comes to mind is... I suppose it could be something important. Brat! Red! What, couldn't you wait until morning? Good news, of course. Got a job for you. That's a pretty cheery way to tell me you violated my parole. Lol, not that kind of job. Besides, I've been covering my tracks. This is something different. kind of thing I can't handle with just a keyboard and phishing scheme. Oh, we've got a net runner. I need you to sue my gym teacher. Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. Is this her daughter? Hey, at least let me finish. What'd they do? Made me run laps? Not illegal. Let me finish! They made me run laps, even though I said I had a stomachache. Said. Gotta be like youth endangerment. Depraved indifference or some kind of shit. Sounds like you've already got a strong case. Try self-representing this time. What's it to blow off? Nice phrasing. Oh wow, I'm laughing so hard right now. Oh, cute. See? Is that your mugshot? I wasn't going to not get a copy of my mugshot and use it as a reaction. Glad you found a use case, but I'm working right now. Look, when I get arrested, I'm going to make the fucking most sneering ass smile for my mugshot, and I'm making it a reaction image in the server. I am absolutely doing that. Anything cool? Homicide. Oh, cringe. Wait, what kind of homicide? Is it HBK? Is that the kind of morbid thing kids your age talk about? Teens my age. And yeah, we can read. Compared to the corrupt shit in the headlines. Old-fashioned murder like Hardy B is like quaint. It's not the heartbreak. Then why do you take the job, lol? You see the 98% conviction rate as a challenge or something? you taking up lost cause pro nose work? Pro bono? That's what I was saying. Does she mean pro bono? That was autocorrect. You know they give lit homework for a reason, right? This is borderline concern nagging. Maybe you really are a bleeding heart. Or just a sucker. I'm not a sucker. Nice phrasing, lol. You should go to bed, Fran. Tomorrow's Sunday. I can stay up if I want. Tomorrow is Sunday. Because today is Saturday. What's with the Carpe Diem shit? It's nearly 4 a.m., kid. You've got school in like 3 hours. Shit. School on Sunday? In what kind of fucking corporate world do they put school on Sunday for some reason? Are they NB? Oh. Nice child. But that kid's bad for my blood pressure. Important text, I can take it. I take it. Just your typical teenage drama. So then, if you wouldn't mind filling me in on a few details. Actually, I wonder if Fran is actually not Morgan's kid, but is maybe like a sibling, or maybe something like that, or maybe even adopted or something like that. Maybe something tragic with Morgan is that she maybe can't have kids or something like that. Saudi Arabia. What the fuck does that mean? Details. So how about the basics? What exactly has my client been charged with? Your client, Carlos Backer Flat, was arrested on the scene at 9:50 p.m. Using his middle name already, they really do think he's a serial killer. The charge being the first-degree murder of his girlfriend, Ms. Diane Dawn. First degree, that's increasingly rare, to say the least. It's rare for us to get handed anything but crimes of passion around here. The city's got damn near more cameras than people. So you gotta be really, really stupid to try and get away with murder. Well, Heartbreak's gotten away with 6 times. Well, here's the thing. Truthfully, in a corporate state, even in a security state, unless the security somehow brings in more money than it wastes, getting away with murder is probably going to be a lot easier than people think. Because unless it's threatening status quo and the flow of money, they're not going to give a shit. Based on the very standard concept of agenda the ruling class has as compared to the working class. Oh, weird. I was thinking a sibling or maybe a cousin or something. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The way that they talk, it's one of those things like where Morgan's either a really cool mom or that like basically Morgan had Fran when she was really young, meaning essentially the two of them grew up like sisters or like siblings, right? Or which I mean I've seen in my own family where people had kids really, really young, and it was essentially like they just had a clone of themselves that they didn't treat like they weren't like parental. They were parental in the way that they took care of them and they were good to them, but in terms of like relation to them, it was not like a parental relationship. It was much more of a I'm fucking 16 years old, you're like a year old, right? So by the time I'm in my 20s and you're already almost a teenager, I'm still at a point in my life where I'm sharing stuff with you that it's basically like a sibling relationship between the two of us. And it is unfortunate that it is increasingly becoming more and more likely, especially with the lack of healthcare and maternal leave or paternal leave for kids, and also the lack of sexual education and the like. So a lot of times kids who are just experimenting or God forbid just having sex, you know, the very human thing that they are allowed to do, as long as they're being careful and not bringing new people into the world, are now suddenly bringing new people into the world because they're not being taught properly or they don't have access to proper protection. And instead of having, you know, a person maybe in their late 20s or early 30s taking care of an infant, it's now a teenager still in high school taking care of them. And by the time either of them is cognitive and like actually aware socially, the relationship between parent and child isn't something like, this is my mom. It's like, oh yeah, that is my mom, but we're both so fucking young, tragically, that we treat each other like we're siblings, because that's the only way that we can actually communicate with each other, because that was the circumstances we were put in. Well, Heartbreak's on with it 6 times. Anyway, like I was saying, I really doubt that it's as hard to get away with murder as people think, because I guarantee that gang activity is extremely high in this as a form of like almost like petty bourgeois or criminal activity. Well, actually, technically, it would be Lupin proletariat of like gang and criminal activity is where that falls into, and where, you know, like they're selling drugs and other things like street violence. And let alone the fact, the amount of people, it was literally mentioned the amount of people that are killed by the state in this or at least corporations acting on behalf of the state. Because this could be either plutocratic, corporatocratic, or has gotten to very fascistic extremes, depending on which way they want to go about it. Which all of those eventually devolve into fascism, where eventually the production of wealth and capital gets to a point to where the only way to ensure it is no longer economics and pure social things. It becomes purely ideological. That is the perpetuation of it, which is why fascism is capitalism in crisis and other things like that. And one of the reasons why you see so many things in Cyberpunk where the worst of the corporations end up being essentially autocratic, like dictatorships, like proper dictatorships, not like buzzword dictatorships, like proper, like ruling class over them, and that falls into fascism. Well, Heartbreak's gotten away with it 6 times. So what'd that make him? 5 times? And that makes him insane. I was going to go with extraordinary. Let's split the difference and say he's extraordinarily insane. But nutjobs like that aren't renowned for their ability to think ahead. Oh my god, another art style I'm reminded of is, I said Lobotomy Core, but I haven't played Lobotomy Core. But Helltaker. Helltaker's another one that I'm reminded of with this art style. But I'm also reminded of that ghost game that same guy made, where you were like dating ghosts or whatever. So what? What makes you think this was premeditated? How about the fact that he stalked and killed 5 other women as a warm-up? A warm-up? 5 previous bullets, 5 previous victims. None of them knew each other, lived near each other, worked in the same fields. Weeks of digital autopsies crawling up and down their online profiles. Nothing. So the serial killer chose his victims at random? That they had nothing in common? No, because if it was truly random, then there would be genuine degrees of separation where just by being in the same city, you would be able to know them from some form of disconnection. But if there were truly no connections, that's more premeditated, because you would have to do so much research to ensure the lack of connections between each other. Because if it was truly random, just by statisticality, they are bound to have some connection somewhere. It's like getting a flat 0 on a multi-question like quiz, right? If you have a multiple choice question quiz and you got all of them wrong, you're bound to at least, or if you got all of them wrong, then that means you had to have known something in the first place to choose the wrong answer. Because if you chose them at random, then you would be bound to have at least gotten a 50% chance or a passing grade. So if you have 100 questions and you got 0 questions right, and you were choosing it at random, that means you knew what questions to pick that would be wrong. Because if you genuinely didn't know, then you would have gotten at least some of them correct. Which is the exact same thing going on with this scenario here. Where if they were truly randomly picked, there's bound to be the coincidence of, oh, this person shopped at the same place as this person. Or had this person who was friends with this person who's friends with another victim. But the fact that none of that exists means that they did so much more research. Yeah, nothing in common at all. Other than that they all look like cousins. Oh, that too. The physical similarities are striking. All 5 prior victims were young women with brown eyes, brown hair and eyes, about the same height, comparable weight. Well, those features aren't exactly uncommon. Couldn't it be a coincidence? if you really believe that, and again, like, what did I say? This ties back into the whole thing of, like, where it wasn't random. If you really believe that, you should quit your job and start buying lotto tickets. Of course there's still lotto. HK's got himself a type. Anyone can see that. You really going to try and tell me that you don't see the resemblance? Let me guess. Late 20s, brown hair, medium length. Probably, what, about 5'6", 5'7", about the average height. Maybe 110, 120 pounds. A young woman, brown hair, brown eyes. Can't tell how tall she is from the portrait, but I can take a hint. Well, the example that I used was, it was multiple choice with only one answer. It was A, B, C, or D, and you only had one possible choice to pick. It wasn't multiple choice. It wasn't multiple choice as in you can pick multiple choices. It was either you pick one and it was either right or wrong. If you ever see that notion, that, like, thought experiment is a kind of a popular one. But if you ever watched the Spider-Verse movie, the first one, Miles does the same thing to get a failing grade, so that he doesn't have to go into the entrance exam, so he can drop out of school. And it's explained the exact same way, where it's like, you got 0 out of 100. If you truly were bad at this, you would have gotten some right. But the fact that you got so many of them vehemently wrong tells me that you know what you're doing and you're trying to fail. That's where I got it from. I got it from Spider-Verse. But it wasn't, I don't think it was made by Spider-Verse. I'd heard something similar to that beforehand. I think I even heard, like, a teacher of mine explain it once during math, when explaining, like, probabilities and, like, coincidences and, like, causation versus correlation. Or that actually might have been psychology, but that was like a few years before Spider-Verse came out, because Spider-Verse came out in 2018, and I took my psychology class in 2017, if I'm correct, because I was a sophomore, I think. I don't fucking remember. That Carlos Slat wanted to kill his girlfriend so badly he went out and shot 5 other women first. Hey, if the shoe fits, then you put the shoe on. What Sunshine means is that the uncommon for killers to displace their violence from people close to them. Outlets with fewer consequences. Drifters, loners, strangers, workers. But the very fact that this criminal psychology is still so important to them, and that they know this, that drifters, strangers, workers. Also, I really like that the term workers there is put in italics to emphasize the dehumanization of workers, humans in the working class. That clearly that means that this whole thing of, oh, homicide is rare. Maybe it's rare because you have no one fucking investigating it and reporting it because they don't trust cops. Again, correlation and causation. Just because you don't get a lot of reports of crime doesn't mean that crime isn't happening. He was probably building up the nerve for tonight by first practicing on these other similar women. But criminal psychology also indicates that these other aspects of it, like the neuroticism of the gun, and then also the same heart shot each time and other things like that, not only create an MO, but it's not just the fact he was practicing, it was like ritualistic, and he was ritualizing these things. You can see these with other killers too, who had similar demographics of killing. Ted Bundy, Sam Weir, that was his name? Fucking the Clown, right? Or the Night Stalker, right? All of these very big profile serial killers of the 70s and 80s, whenever there was the serial killer boom going around, they all had rituals going on. Yeah, you should actually invest in Heckler and Koch so that you can get money for more of their defense contracts that they sell. But yeah, get your stocks up. But like I was saying with the demographics is that there's a ritual to it. So they might be oversimplifying the fact that it was premeditated for the murder of his girlfriend, but the fact that he has a type and his girlfriend fit the description. So first, the girlfriend was fitting the description, but the murders themselves and the type that he wanted to murder actually predates his girlfriend. Chris the hustle lover. Or he's just far gone that he can't tell the difference anymore. It's not the worst theory in the world, but it doesn't fit. They want to claim that those previous victims were practice runs, dress rehearsals for tonight's main event. But if that were the case, there had been signs of hesitation, nerves. There had been mistakes because they were rehearsals. On top of which, guns are impersonal execution sites. Even more so. There's no sadism or hatred or intimacy in a single bullet to the heart. It's symbolic, but it's ritual symbolic. It's given meaning through the action of the person, rather than the personal crime of passion of strangulation, or through ritualistic execution or other things like that, such as what Zodiac did with his guns and the strangulation and lynchings and Night Stalker and disembowelment, or Ted Bundy and skinning and keeping of people's body parts and organs for cannibalization. So for all of these shots to be perfect each time, it can't have been a rehearsal. It had to have been the fact that each of these were just fitting a demographic that he was already executing upon. The girlfriend actually is an advancement of the type. He already wanted to kill women of average stature with brown hair, medium length, and brown eyes before he ever got his girlfriend. He could have probably have been killing the first few victims before he ever even got a girlfriend. But we don't know. That's not a part of evidence that has been established yet. What if the first instance of the Heartbreak Killer predates any form of investigation or digital autopsy on their digital footprints that actually correlates to when they got together? What if this guy had already killed 3 people and was just getting and grooming another target for himself later on? Killing your girlfriend or her lookalike usually is, if nothing else, a lot less sterile, if you ask me. I saw the time of death was 9 p.m. on the autopsy, but do you have a timeline for the rest of the event? Also, literally caught red-handed. He was still at the crime scene an hour later, covered in blood? Are we sure that it's him, then? Or that exact person? Because they arrested him at 9:50. That's 50 minutes from when the murder took place to whenever the cops finally arrived. Can't trust much of what comes out of his mouth. Hold on. I want more crackers. Oh! That shit farted. Alright. But we managed it thanks to less biased sources. And we're pretty confident about what we've been able to piece together from their statements. So they interviewed witnesses. Sounds eerily similar to real police work. Oh, her eye patch is off. Holy shit. You got a fucking hologram in your eye, girl. The suspect and his girlfriend were arguing loudly with one another starting at around 8 p.m. Also, I think we're failing to understand that what if it isn't him and the Heartbreak Killer came in during the argument and killed them? Or maybe they had cybernetics and got hacked, or who knows. We went around 8 p.m. Neighbors were very clear about that part. Couldn't wait to tell us about the happy couple's domestic problems. Everyone in the building knew they'd been fighting for weeks. As you probably gathered from what you saw in the arcs, there was a struggle. Furniture turned over, glass shattered. And yet that still doesn't determine why the shot was so perfect. If there was a struggle but before the murder happened, which involved being slammed into the mirror, the vase falling over, the ceramic scrubbings, and also her holding a medicine, a week's worth of medicine in her hand for some reason. And yet this guy somehow pulled out a gun and made a perfect shot to the heart during this domestic dispute. And then there's a gunshot. Scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp. See, now that also tells me that all this like security, like state surveillance isn't automated. It all is all done by various decentralized aspects. Because if it was, they would have already had a timestamp of when the gunshot happened. But the very fact that they have to go through and get a bunch of things is the exact same course of how somebody would have to go through police work and scrub through a dozen different people's personal Ring doorbells. But we heard it from enough concerned citizens to be pretty damn sure about that time. Right. Emergency services got a burst of calls from the block shortly after 9 p.m. No one seemed to recognize the sound for what it was. But the silence that followed was pretty universally alarming. Which means that this is... They said that this happened in a lower ward, but clearly not deep lower ward of like where poor people and like homeless are, where like violence would normally be situated. This is probably a low income neighborhood, but in one of the like quiet low income neighborhoods, kind of like a geriatric place or something along the lines. Perhaps even like a corp owned stretch of buildings. Hey Deku, remember to put the chat mode on all messages, including potential spam on your end. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm pretty sure I have that on. Oh, there's some. Are there? Because I'm looking at the Streamlabs chat that's on OBS, and I've been getting. Hold on, let me see. Let me go over here. Hold on. Yeah, some stuff isn't actually going through for some reason. live chat. Oh, I think that might work. And then how the fuck do I change this? How do I change chat filter? Because I had it at I had it on sub only mode, but now that I have fucking mods and shit, you guys can just fucking I I don't fucking know how, where, or when to switch this. Is it? Also, one of you guys can fucking change it. I can't. I don't know how to do it, but Saulene or Chris, you both have the ability to switch it to sub only mode or to all chat. Just switch it to all chat, and you should be able to. But the silence that followed was pretty universally alarming. Officers arrive on the street at around 9:08. Oh, only 10 minutes late. See, there you go. Thank you. Establish a perimeter. Enter through the open door at 9 p.m. or 9:10. Then they find your client crouched over his dead girlfriend, his hands covered in her blood. At which point, they move to secure the scene and the suspect. Sorry, did you say his hand? Singular? Your client's modded cybernetic arm. How modded are we talking about here? It should. Seems like it. Register as a HOW 85 Habilis. Industrial grade, looks of it. Says he's spec'd for dexterous manipulation of up to class 4 KPA, which means a minimum grip strength of, well, basically, he could crush your neck without even gritting his teeth. Meaning he's an industrial worker of some sort. And usually that's what cybernetics are for in Cyberpunk. It's not only just for cool action scenes and solos and the like. It's usually because it's to automate workers to become even more alienated, but also to ensure that their bodies are spec'd out to meet requirements. Considering a career change? No, it's not that. It's just your eye must be very sensitive for you to put the patch back on each time. And here I thought you just had a 14-year-old sense of fashion. You think a cop would cover up her dominant eye because it was fashionable? I actually thought the same thing the first time we met. You what? Came back to track. The arm of his has been in the shop for some time now. He can't work without it. Money got tight. Which means that if he can strangle someone and break someone's neck without gritting his teeth and putting effort into it, that should mean that stabilization of a pistol should be easier. And yet now... And that also means what the domestic dispute was over how much the medication for phantom sense and like phantom pain was because of the immunoblocker that was in the capsules. Well, if that's what they were fighting over, that he was maybe taking too many of them, maybe he was trying to get more money for prescriptions because of the pain that he was being caused by the lack of the cybernetic on his arm or other things like that. Arguing? Yeah. When did he put his arm in for repairs? Yeah, modded kind of sounds like chromed. Whenever, like, a person in Cyberpunk 2077 referring to whenever they got modded up, they got chromed. When did he put his arm in repairs? 8 days before HK's first victim was killed. Then where's the machine-like accuracy coming from? Well, no chance they'll be willing to chalk that up to coincidence. Your client was arrested at the scene after a preliminary scan found his fingerprints on the revolver. And no one else's. A revolver? What kind? The old kind. The real old kind. More specifically, a caliber M54. 6-chamber, 10mm. God damn! What? 10 mil? I don't... I off the top of my head, I can't think of any current popular pistols that are or revolvers that are chambered in 10mm. Because if I'm correct, 10mm it has about the same firing strength as around like a 45 Colt, I think it was. Because back whenever the 10mm was first being contracted to be created by the CIA, that was like one of the big things. It was a very powerful stopping round, but it was just slightly bigger than a 9mm caliber. How retro. You don't know the half of it. We're talking steel chamber, real gunpowder, mechanical firing pin, and no tags. No tags. How's that? Just how old are we talking here? Yeah, it's 24/7 location data, timestamp trigger pulls, safety's coded to owner biometrics. Damn, this is actually some really crazy shit with the guns. Meaning, oh man, I wonder what the kind of industry and production of these guns are for that. Because usually whenever you do, for all that kind of stuff, the location data and all this other stuff to really properly be a part of like security surveillance state, again, that's a logistical nightmare to kind of have to deal with and get flagged for. And the sheer amount of like how expensive that would be to kind of make sure it's in every single gun at all times. And if you were a criminal and you didn't want that location data, even if it wasn't being tracked 24/7, to even be registered, much like how you use a burner phone, you would use a burner gun, which at the end of the day would probably bolster the economics of the production of guns and the industry of guns, because it meant more people were buying different kinds of guns and more of them for different reasons. For the past 3 decades, tags have made shooting crimes very unambiguous. So you're claiming my client used some kind of antique to commit this crime scene? Interesting. So if they're unambiguous, I'm curious about how they get that data, where it goes to, and what it actually looks like to get like flagged and shit. And if it's tied to biometrics and the like, it's basically like a Judge Dredd lawgiver pistol, where each one of them is only tied to the person, so that's why it becomes ambiguous. It's not just because of the location data and the time of trigger pulls, because that's probably all stored internally. It's probably never stored externally, just for logistics purposes. But also the very fact that if you pull the trigger and you get caught with that weapon, it can be very good for police work, military work, or it can be a pain in the ass for criminals. If he tried to buy a gun legit, he'd probably fail the first psych check. And even jailbroken pieces are only good for so long before the update withdrawal sets in. Yeah, because there's a lot of firmware and other things inside of them that need to be constantly updated by design to ensure that they are constantly updated, not only because of the veneer of progress and innovations by this sort of stuff and gun culture and just capitalism in general, but also the fact that it prevents people from relying on old tech for so long and forces them to buy new shit. So then, M54, that's model year 2054, 30-year-old gun. Well, that sure complicates things, doesn't it? In some way, sure. The 30-year-old gun, that's some crazy innovation in 30 years to get to tagging, but then also a 30-year-old gun in real life is a fucking Glock. A Glock 17 is 30 years old. They were introduced in the early 90s in Austria. But then if you look at a 100-year-old gun, some people might think that, oh, a 100-year-old gun, that's a flintlock, right? Fuck no. A 100-year-old gun is an automatic rifle like an AK-47 or a Mosin Nagant or a 1911. Those are 100-year-old guns at this point. Even if you go back to 200 years, that's still something with actual casings and actual revolving wheel guns, like the Colt single action or the Navy or Dragoon or Walker and other things like that, or a Sharps rifle, something that fucking is meant to take down a buffalo and bison and shit. Like, to really get back to flintlocks and shit, you'd have to go to pre-1860s because there was just a sheer boom in them. And the reason why we haven't upgraded even more to things like hollow sights and other things is because it's not profitable, really. There's not a lot of reason when you can just mass produce the same cheap gun polymer things and put more of them out and guarantee more sales and do small slight innovations over time than putting out something like an ammo counter or tagging system or biometrics, unless it was really going to be a really big government contract that was going to make a big bank in their stock and shareholdings. And we have the technology to do it, but we don't for that same reason. But pre-tagging firearms are rare. Gotta be less than 1,000 of them left in the whole country, and fewer still compatible bullets. Really? That is a really interesting interpretation of the gun industry and the firearms industry, that they would purposefully do away with that for a time. The ammunition would have to be over 30 years old too. The novelty of his weapon has kept us in the dark so far. Well, 30-year-old ammunition, if it's stored properly, usually doesn't go bad. There's plenty of Soviet-era bullets that you can get there, or surplus even still from that time, and it still fires properly. The only time that bullets can go bad is once the chemical half-life of the gunpowder on the inside finally expires, but that's not within 30 years, if I'm correct. But now that we have our hands on it, it's going to put him away for good. Archive department complained loud as hell about how deep they had to dig, but with the protocols they found, the techs were able to match the rifling marks on all 6 bullets to the gun your client was found with. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense because that is a common popular way to go about it is by looking at the rifling marks and the way that it twists and other things like that. Which it's not that each one is unique, if I'm correct. It was that each line of gun has a very specific one, specific markings for these sorts of purposes because it was the most analog way to track that sort of stuff, both for research purposes and the like. This, I just realized, Farah looks like Chris from Deltarune. That's kind of awesome, actually. They look like the fan art from of like Kara and shit. Like my brain just like had a neuron fire. Rifling march? Or marked by the barrel shape. So do they not use conventional rounds? They use like plasma rounds or something like that? So if all 6 bullets had the same rifling marks, we know that they were all fired from the same gun. Or at least the same model of gun. It's not as plug and play as tags are, but it's equally precise science, I assure you. And if that's not damning enough, the spent casings from the other 5 shootings were still in the chamber, without even needing to reload. The caliber your client was found with is the gun HK used to kill 6 women. No way to lawyer around that. Untagged gun, just being anywhere near a weapon like that, could warrant you an arrest. Being found by the police over a dead body with an untagged gun used at 5 crime scenes, yeah. Which itself also pushes for market sales of proper guns, because technically if it's unmarked then it becomes illegal, meaning you have to buy the new and improved one. It's like saying that if you're caught with an unmarked iPhone, you get arrested, so you have to buy the marked iPhone. You believe my client was fought verbally, then physically with his girlfriend, and then he retrieved this weapon and shot her? Yeah, pretty much. How did he look when the officers found him? Guilty. How was his effect? Quiet, detached, stiff. Not exactly the picture of a grieving partner. Direction may have lost him points with the cops, but beyond that, people react to loss in all sorts of unusual ways. As long as the police are suspicious of you, there's no way to grieve. Checking my phone here, I have to say, you've done a pretty admirable job keeping the details of HK's crimes a secret. The reputable sites are doing some real journalistic acrobats trying to piece together the story. Yeah, top 11 theories who hurt HK was a weighty read. Well, if we want to go to Freudian science, then I don't know. Scientists, journalists, though, all kinds have been emboldened. What if Morgan is the killer? You know, the woodwork in just a few weeks. Can you blame them, though? I mean, he's a genuine serial killer. Repeat offenders in general are endangered species, but he's gone away with. We know what he's gone away with. Yeah, it makes sense that repeat offenders wouldn't make sense because they need to fill up prisons, probably. So, for-profit prisons, just get more people in prison. Yeah. Take a look at Randus Detective. National DNA registry is robust enough that cases never go cold. Cameras on every street, on a phone on every citizen. Violent crime at an all-time low. Clearance rates at all-time highs. But you gonna spout some alt-poll or alt-politic bullshit about invasion of privacy? No, I'm not. People are safer now than at any other time in history, Detective. So when something like Heartbreak does come along, London's trying to look like he's caught up. Can't laugh it off. But pressure from the higher-ups must be reaching its peak. The more I'm finding out about this world, it's very interesting, this kind of like twist of the standard corporate dystopia and more into like the security state of a dystopia. Because I guarantee it, crime rates aren't actually as low as people think they are. They're just signed away as being extraordinary cases, or there's probably a huge ass fucking ghetto somewhere in the lower wards that is completely under-policed and unpoliced or over-policed, and that's where violent crime actually happens en masse, but it's never reported on. Makes them predictable. Even if there's nothing standard about HK, department SOP still dictates we starve the media for case details. That way, when we do feed them, they're grateful for whatever scraps they get. But we can't take all the credit around this time. Homicide's tight-lipped, but it's not like there's much information for us to leak in the first place. And why is that? Because none of the shootings were caught on the opt-in crime surveillance system. I gotta read this. Let's save. Hold on. No shit. L. Whatever. Makes sense that people are probably going to have to opt in or buy subscription packages for it. There has to be some sort of profit motive in all this. Just like how you would want to have there's for-profit prisons of having a high clearance rate and 98% conviction rate of crimes committed, which would also mean that to ensure that same flow of profit continues, you probably have to going to get more money from some form of opt-in thing to be a part of the surveillance system. I know that there are high rougher areas in the lower wards, but optics is watching every other street in the entire city. You're saying you haven't seen this killer on camera once? You think we'd have let him kill 6 people if we did? Yeah. I understand your concern, ma'am, but optics is only what it says in the name. Private surveillance systems signing up to feed into the state security network. It's not perfect, just another one of the many public safety tools in our belt. She can shoot me. Why didn't that pop up on the fucking chat box? Hold on, let me go to my widgets. Chat box settings. Yeah, jeez. Son of a bitch. Where the fuck? Okay, let's go to dashboard, save changes. Okay, that's what that sounds like. Okay, what the fuck? Don't know what the fuck was going on with that. Whatever. Alright, let's go. Or at least act as a deterrent, which is probably what it only is. It is just a deterrent. It's not really anything special. One would hope so. Fat chance. Deterrents are for war rooms and board meetings. Anyone crazy or desperate enough to commit a crime in a city like this couldn't care less about anything as vague as the consequences of their actions. Exactly. It's like a safety blanket. One with very few holes left in it. But it does have holes. Patching up those remaining holes takes effort, and the effort usually means rebooting the system. What are you talking about? There's all kinds of technical details and digital bureaucracy involved, but the end result is that there are occasional localized blackouts, and the math used to schedule them is not impossible to predict. I see. But those windows of opportunity are small and short. Taking advantage of them requires specific knowledge. And you'd be involved in law enforcement, pub data, or city planning. Or, you know, the sections of government that are most likely to abuse people in the first place, like law enforcement or data or city planning, used to enforce status quo. It had mentioned my client was a cop, and he wouldn't have needed a public defender either. His file says he's modded for heavy mass manipulation, not for tech interfacing, so that just leaves city planning. So does he work construction for the city? HK is only ever struck at times in locations where optics would be down. Even if the devil's own luck, speak of the devil, it can't possibly be a coincidence. Wait. So you're saying when this woman was killed, yeah, there was a blackout from around 8 to 9 o'clock. Right on schedule, so to speak. And the guy just so happened to be arguing with his spouse at the same time? I don't know. And it included the area surrounding the victim's apartment. Well, what about the DNA from the other crime scenes? Was my client a match? There's been no blood, saliva, no suspect data at any of the crime scenes. Well, then how does that make sense? If it is synthetic doing it, then there could be some sort of location matching or geolocation. Or perhaps if it wasn't, then if there's literally no way for DNA to be left behind, such as skin cells or anything, then this guy has to be bald. And if he's not bald when we walk in that fucking interrogation or cooperation room, it's kind of open and shut. No, I cleared it. No, I refreshed the chat box. Because I think I might have just needed to reset the Streamlabs chat so it was updated with the new permissions on the chat itself. So hopefully this means we can see all messages now. There's been no blood, no saliva, no suspect data. No footage and no forensics. Also no motives, tampering, or witnesses. No motives, you say, but you just said that there is a motive. A certain profile of people. It's been like hunting a damn ghost. We didn't even have a murder weapon until now. Finally, a lucky break for the boys in blue. How about we just fucking kill them and make the thin blue line thinner? Scanners, cams, drones, forensics, no matter how you dress it up with tech, all detective work relies on one basic assumption. People make mistakes. But HK is the kind of monster who doesn't make mistakes. Only reason we even caught him tonight was because he finished what he had set out to do all along. So was my client on this list of suspects before tonight? Weren't you listening? There was no list of suspects. We questioned some X's, a few CIs, some even spoke to 1 or 2 unlisted at some point. Nothing came of it. There was talk about starting some kind of psych eval or something, but I never expected much to come of that. There's just nothing, not enough to work with there. In other words, the only thing they could have to link my client to those killings is the murder weapon. If I can't jostle that keystone, then the rest of their case could start to come loose as well. By the way, couldn't help but notice that you're light on staff. 3 in the morning. Were you expecting a parade? I thought there'd be at least a few androids about. Aren't many androids in any police station this week. Not while the brass is renegotiating contracts. Contracts with Noble? Good guess. Hardly. They're the biggest. Hardly. They're the biggest robotics corp there is. Oh, interesting. Okay, so the more and more that we're learning about the lore is it seems that this form of cyberpunk isn't the broad cyberpunk of like Pondsmith or the like. It's leaning more into like Blade Runner, where it's about robotics and cybernetics and like crime rather than full on corporate rot and the like of late stage or end stage capitalism. Fascistic corporations. Right, there's still a little bit of that, but I mean, clearly, look at London here. He literally looks like he's wearing the Agent K fit from 2049. Yes, we were very fortunate to have them headquartered here. Saves us some money on shipping at least. Because that's the other thing is, if Noble is headquartered in this city that they're in, then what if that all like over policing and everything with the contracts and shit is just again a veneer? Statistically, because of the term being there, of Noble being there, that it gives off this idea of safety, but in reality it actually isn't that safe anywhere else in the country. But because they're so isolated and they're so like blind, and the fact that they're sort of like stumped in police work, they don't see what's going on with the rest of society because they're so keyed in on just police work. But these talks never last that long. I'm sure they'll be back to writing checks for Noble ads by the end of the month. Even with Noble pushing those warm androids. Yeah. Might as well call it the adult line. Fuck some androids. Might see them in the bigger departments out on patrol, but not around these offices. Warm or cold, there's no such thing as an android detective yet. Yet? Really? We already use ads for patrolling, securing the scene, and pacifying crowds. Okay. Yep. That means that this is definitely going in the line of Blade Runner. If they're doing that much shit with ads, that makes sense. Doesn't seem like that big of a stretch to me. You're joking, right? Android detectives? Hold on. You just need to get this shit playing, dude.
Recite your baseline.
In blood black nothingness began to spin. A system of cells interlinked within cells, interlinked within cells, interlinked within one stem.
Fuck off, skin job.
and dreadfully distinct against the dark, a tall white fountain played.
Cells.
Cells.
Have you ever been in an institution? Cells.
Cells.
Do they keep you in a cell? Cells.
Cells.
When you're not performing your duties, do they keep you in a little box? Cells.
Cells.
Interlinked.
Interlinked.
What's it like to hold the hand of someone you love? Interlinked.
Interlinked.
Do they teach you how to feel finger to finger? Interlinked.
Interlinked.
Do you long for having your heart interlinked? Interlinked.
Interlinked.
Do you dream about being interlinked?
Interlinked.
What's it like to hold your child in your arms? Interlinked.
Interlinked.
Do you feel that there's a part of you that's missing? Interlinked.
Interlinked.
Within cells, interlinked.
Within cells, interlinked.
Why don't you say that 3 times? Within cells, interlinked.
Within
Within
cells.
cells interlinked, within cells interlinked, within cells interlinked. I fucking love that movie. Oh, I love Blade Runner. I for like a week straight, I religiously rewatched those movies. The director cut, the theatrical cut, 2049, and I think it's, did it have a director? I don't remember. Yeah, that's all you gotta do, dude. It's just get them reciting interlinked, and they'll be fine. With all the pain we go through getting witnesses to talk to us, with your warm personality, I can't imagine. A cop knocks on your door, starts asking questions, you're going to be put in a bad mood. An ad knocks on your door, calls you a degenerate criminal in a synthesized voice loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear. You're going to start posting shit that'll get you put on a list. Yes, because cops that are human are bound to not do that. Well, we certainly don't want that. But flesh and blood witnesses are becoming less and less common anyway. Man, I wonder why. Maybe it's because of the over-policing, or perhaps the fact that they don't want to be considered a criminal. So they hide away. Just because it seems that they're becoming less aware doesn't mean that they're not actually there. Cameras, sensors, satellites, we already get a full facts from machines. Give it a few more years, it might make sense to let machines do the investigating too. Yeah, just fully luxury, fully automated space capitalism that is putting millions of people behind bars. The union would. The police union wouldn't let that happen. Wow, the police union. How great. I certainly hope that that police union isn't corrupt in any way and isn't just a liberal co-option of ensuring that people are treated well and fairly. She needed to have specified the only real union there is anymore. Thanks for the chat, detectives. I think I understand the background well enough now. Candidly, I see the same strokes you do, and the picture it paints isn't pleasant. But even so, it seems a bit unrefined to be brought before judges, don't you think? Hey, it's only our job to catch the bastard. The DA is the one who gets the conviction. Yeah, because that is how real detectives work. You find the evidence, you give the evidence to the district attorney, and then that's all that really happens. Why is that? Because we found a handwritten confession at his desk. Well, that's unexpected. I'm sorry, you're now telling me that he wrote a confession. Has it been verified? Not yet. How do we know? Yeah, exactly. Just because there's a confession letter doesn't mean that it's an actual confession. We have to muscle past everyone in fraud and disinfo to get to the front of that line. Why bother? The note's covered in his fingerprints. There's a copy in the discovery data, but I should warn you, doesn't exactly make for light reading. Have to manage somehow. Need to see this confession for myself. Sorry for everything. Can't say enough. Didn't mean to hurt you, or did I want to? Did not. Sick. Want any of it to happen. Can't stay in control when I get mad. When I'm not in control, I hurt people without meaning to. Wish I had been... I wonder if there's like a cybernetic thing, kind of like a doll system, where they like turn it on and like they're kind of like just robots. I hurt people without meaning to. Wish I hadn't broken them. Didn't sick mean to at first, but I was hurting. Wanted you to hurt too, but didn't want to hurt you. Words aren't enough to know that now. I'll take responsibility and do what I've been avoiding. Please forgive me. That was difficult to read. Not because it was emotional, I just didn't understand what the fuck he was saying. Barely legible, in fact. Exactly. Well, gotta spit on that? No need. But it's a confession. Not a confession that he signed, though, is it? Not yet. And one he intended to sign anytime soon, considering that he asked for representation. Yeah, the most wanted man in the city asked for a lawyer, and got you. Guess we are both lucky. Hardly! I just happened to be awake when the call went out. But I'm not so flush with work that I can afford to turn tail now. So if you don't mind, I'd like to go and speak with my client. What? He's not still handcuffed in there, is he? Look, counselor, with all due respect, we have strong evidence pointing to that the man responsible for the 6 murders. And who's to say that they aren't just both fucking lying through their teeth? 2 hours or so in cuffs isn't cruel or unusual, and that's for your safety as well. It's kind of you to worry, but I doubt I'll be in any danger. He's killed 6 women. None of them were redheads. Truth nuke! Seriously, though, I'd like to speak with him alone for now. Camera's off, if you don't mind. Huh. Mic's on or off is your call, counselor. But we'll be watching the feed from right outside, in case anything happens. And the cuffs that is, stay on. I just realized that these 3 are all highlighted by the same primary color. What, red, green, blue? Or red, green, yellow? I get, yeah, kind of. Or orange, and then green, and then red. What's really interesting is that Farah is one solid color, and then London is, but Morgan isn't. She's red, and then it goes into blue. How chivalrous. Yeah, my armor is practically binding. Hold on, I have another fucking video I want to play. There we go.
Is your pursuit. Temperance. How miserly. All things in moderation.
All things in balance. You will live a middle life, buried in a middle grave.
Patience. How cowardly. They have stayed as an eye saved.
Ashes build no homes. Tides rise, regardless. Fight or be swept away. How chauvinist. Oh, how meek. Praise enough. Know your worth, lest others set it for you. How chauvinist.
We save those who cannot.
We save those who cannot save themselves. Radiance are the same color, yeah.
What sin do you relish the most? Wrath. Outrageous. My fury is justified. My anger is pure. You wear vengeance like armor, but it corrodes who insatiable. I only want what's mine, and theirs, and his, and yours. The more you take, the less you'll have. You will starve surrounded in my gold. Envy, how inspiring. I see what others have, and I aim to take it for myself. Your gaze lingers too long on others' life.
I remember, okay, so actually specifically with the virtues one, where it was like, oh, how meek, you'll live a middle life, you'll be buried in a middle grave. Someone in the comments of that video goes, how's that bad? How's that a bad thing? And like my immediate response was, I didn't respond to them myself, but I said, why would you want to live a middle life if you are capable of so much more? Why would you want to relegate yourself for this fact of safety and sanctity when you could potentially soar for the stars? If you wish to live a middle life, regardless of outside pressures, then that is what you wish to do. But if you wish to do more, and yet despite that choose the middle road, despite all odds, you will be and die unaccomplished and as nothing more than typical. Which itself is bad because of societal pressures that force you to not shoot for the stars. There are things that are currently within society that do not let you be who you wish to truly be. And it forces you to be in that middle grave. Gross. I'll start the clock. Start the unlock cycle. Counselor, just one last word of advice. If you have any interest in his well-being, I suggest you help him sign the confession. Not a bad idea. I do get paid either way. But the defense part of defense attorney isn't just for show detective. Unlike being a detective. I mean it. 6 people dead is one thing, but he's also caused weeks of widespread terror and public unrest. Putting it another way, he's made the state look bad. So, that's a capital crime, if there ever was one. Even if the death penalty is not actually on the table these days, I can guarantee he's not going to like whatever rehabilitation plan they draw up for him. I like how everything we find out more and more about this police system and the policing state, it's all covered in a veneer of progressivism, but in reality is nothing more than just dire fucking consequences. Look, I've seen the virtual work release program in prison, and it's being challenged before the Supreme Court. Yeah, sometime in the next decade, maybe. Just remember, a plea deal might feel like a loss for you, but if it keeps him from, well, that's probably a win for your client, right? Prison sentences are generally lighter for those who plead guilty. That much is true. But I really doubt that they're never not going to be in jail. It saves the court a great deal of time and money, and they show their gratitude with reduced sentencing. But no one will ever be grateful towards the heartbreak killer. Anyone convicted of killing 6 people, they'll never rest their mind another day in their life. 3:35 a.m. That did not last 35 minutes, dog. 2086. Hello, hottie alert! Ever since I found out I can move my camera around, it's over for y'all motherfuckers. How miserly. Oh, he's purple. Oh my god, he's a fucking mix of Morgans. Why is it back on Spider-Verse now? What the fuck happened? It's depressing as hell in here. Dude, she's so fucking fine. What the fuck is this? Also, I love like the Ben-Day dots that are on her of like the screen printing. That's very cool. The screen tones. They need to liven up the place. Carlos Slat, right? Hope you don't mind if I get comfortable. We got a lot to cover, but this shouldn't take all night. What are you? Look, I already told you people I'm not a cop, Carlos. Furthest from it. Oh, damn, his arm is gone. It went all the way to the shoulder. I'm a lawyer. You're a lawyer, in fact. I gotta say it. I have to say it out loud. She's got some fucking cannons on her. Holy shit. Every time there's a splash page, it is like the first thing you notice. And I'm here to help you. Yeah, well, they said that too. All of them did. Back there and here, kept repeating the whole ride over. They said that they were going to help me. That they knew this was all a mistake. And they said I killed. Acting like they were on my side, and they thought that I could have. I hope so. Oh, I fucking hope so. I love sex positive devs. We don't need puritanism and people shitting on other people for noticing the fact that people are attractive. It's as long as you don't dehumanize them, which fucking so far I've done nothing but praise Morgan's personality and all of their personalities and personalities. It is very nice to see that there are people who aren't afraid of having their characters look attractive and appealing, but also not having it be like a surface level thing. It's not their job to help you, Carlos. But it is mine, and I'm here now. He's still in shock. I need more information. What if I approach this the wrong way? He'll just clam up even more. I'm sure you're exhausted. It's probably difficult to think, let alone speak. But I'd like you to try and answer a few questions. The police already questioned you, I'm sure. But they were treating you as a suspect, not as a client. Okay. What do you want to know about you? Let's start first. Let's start simple. Something mundane, grounded, rote. I'd like to know more about you first, Carlos. Something like, what line of work are you in? I'm with city engineering. Or I was, or I should be. As I thought, the police must have been convinced he mapped the optics blackout using data he stole from work. Yeah, everything that the more and more that we find out at the cops is always that they're guilty. Doesn't matter anything else. They're literally so like culturalized and embedded into this idea that everyone is evil, that there is no thing protecting people. They are protecting people and all this other stuff. That they just want to get people in jail because it serves profit and all this other stuff. And I keep mentioning that, and you're like, is it all about profit? It's like, yeah, fucking duh, it is. It's cyberpunk. That's all it ever comes down to. It's fucking our world, but like twisted in just a specific way. Come on, Morgan, get woker. Ask for his pronouns. Yeah, you need to get more woke now. And Carlos, I'm gonna need more than that. So what do I do now? He works in city engineering, not a desk job. Reyes said he was modded for work, and that arm must be in custody at the moment, but based on his shoulder, it'd have to be pretty utilitarian. Yeah. Lifelike is one thing, but for you to replace the entire up to the shoulder, it would have to serve more function over form. You would expect a hand to be fleshlight and other things like that, but to have the entire thing, it doesn't strike me as the type who's enamored by the aesthetics of modding. The young and restless and the rich swapping in neon and chrome limbs because they like the way it looks, or the way it makes other people start looking at them. Yeah, because that's another big thing, is that within cyberpunk, cyberware is the ultimate expression of like individualism. It is all about you. It's how you can get modified. How can you be better than everybody else around you? It is the predation of capitalism's frequency and habit of focusing on individualism and then cranking it up to 11 by making the personhood of the people be customizable. And very unlucky. In which case, I should be too. You know, my brother wanted a mod. Really? Really? I don't even have a brother. He had everything planned out. Whole career path of promotions and bonuses and the upgrades they'd afford him. Then came his 18th birthday present. Test results politely informing him that he's not a viable candidate. That sucks. I think he felt relieved, actually. It seemed like it was a weight off his chest. Like he was glad he didn't have to choose. Does that make any sense? Yeah, I think it does. Oh, no, I'll be right back. Hey, where's my phone? People's getting pizza and I need to let them know that I want the garlic sauce. Pizza's here. Pizza time. This is what I was talking about, by the way. Garlic dipping sauce. It's like this garlic butter, and it's very, very good. Oh. Son of a bitch. How much of that did you hear? Okay, so this is garlic butter sauce, like I was saying, and it's a cool dipping sauce. It's from Papa John's. This is a pizza with green onions on it. I would have preferred if it was just pepperoni, but there's also Supreme. My two favorite types of pizza, for all of you that don't know, is Supreme pizza with everything on it. So it's like a meat lover Supreme pizza. So it has like green onions, it's got onions, it's got mushrooms, black olives, and ham, sausage, and pepperoni, and stuffed crust. I fucking love that kind of pizza. Usually it's also triple cheese, which is that's my go-to kind of pizza. I love it. But whenever I have this garlic sauce, I like using it with just normal like pepperoni or cheese, because it's a very good combination with the base flavors of the marinara and stuff. Okay, bye-bye. But yes, it is, the green onions is just, like, see the little green bits? It's nothing too crazy. Taking another little break. Pizza time. Honestly, I would low-key just, if this was just pepperoni, because it, I don't know. I'm gonna get some water and another soda. Hi, Mapper. Hi, Mapper. Hi, Mapper. Guys, it's the Navigator. The Navigator is here finally. After missing the past 3 streams. Don't worry, we forgive him though. What are you talking about? I'm right here. Pizza. Pizza. Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Yummy. Hello, Chico. Quick little pizza break before I continue playing. Yeah, I'm taking anti-acid. I got bad acid reflux. Ugh. I like how they say they like make the they make the interrogation room have like this really fancy non-offensive name, but then it literally like there's a big blaring word on the wall. It says detainment. All right, let's keep going. I always figured I'd start at all. I'd start small, a hand or an eye, test of water. Never thought about lobbing my whole damn arm off. But the recruiter was enthusiastic. He said, causes of the NCDA. There was a financial aid and resources. Of course, that got shit canned. So now me and every other modder is royally screwed. Couldn't even let me keep the tax credit. The new Citizens and Disabilities Act was amended, not replaced. But I doubt he'd appreciate the distinction at this moment. That's awesome. I work at higher spaces, the high volt environments, mostly canopy upkeep. Oh. He was a part of the train maintenance, huh? Typical stuff for modders, you know? He's speaking freely now. Don't need too much more than repeat his words back at him to keep him talking. But the right word choice here or there can still make a difference. Do you work on the canopy? You must be under a lot of pressure. Now that the subway's cordoned off. Damn straight. And this crap with the long. Once word got out that the case against him was real, every desk job in the chain became terrified of their own shadow. All of them convinced that internal affairs was going to come knocking in the if they misplace as much as a paperclip. Everything by the book means no room for compromise, no room for problem solving, no room for engineering. Yeah. And no patience for screw-ups. He's trying very hard to not look at his shoulder. Why aren't you wearing your prosthetic right now, Carlos? Yeah, that. Rejection issues starting last month. And that's where the immunosuppressant came from, huh? A lot of sleepless nights. Rejection? Did the therapy not take? It's not like that. I wasn't oozing pus out of my sockets or anything. And then do these rejection issues have anything to do with the scars? Not in the way you're thinking. I'm right-handed. That was the other thing I was thinking. I was like, how good of a shot can he be? What if his dominant hand was replaced? You're going to hand a guy a loaded gun that's been out of service for 30 years and expect him to suddenly make and nail a shot without needing to reload dead set each time? Never thought they'd go so long. I'd have to relearn how to do everything. I mean, the problem started small. Trembling, but then spasms. Spasms? Something that would be hard when shooting somebody? Just oversensitivity, they said. An easy fix. But the problems got bigger. Couldn't let it get that far. Need to be able to trust my own hands when you're on the job site. Drop a cutter at the wrong moment and people can get hurt. So I sat down, made an appointment, turned in my arm, and watched my case get placed at the back of the damn line. Where did you turn in? Some mass turnaround chop shop with a waiting list, like you wouldn't. Doesn't sound like you're a happy customer. Hell no. I'd have found a dozen other clients with shorter wait times. Truth, no hands at all. Red-handed? More like I want my hands on that red head. The manufacturer decides where your arms get maintenanced. And that's why I'm sitting here with this expensive-ass stump on my shoulder. Haven't been able to work in weeks. Bosses were generous enough to say my position might still be there when I've got 2 working arms again. You couldn't buy or rent a replacement yourself just in the meantime? I serve at the pleasure of the state. And they've got exclusivity contracts with Hindi. All locked up white knuckle tight. Hindi? As I recall, he's registered with one of the Habilis models. If I took one step on site with uninsured tech, forget the fines, I'd lose the down payment and my arm. I'd never work in the city again. If this was last quarter, maybe I could have worked something out with management, but like I said, no one's sticking their necks out anymore. Or for anyone now that longs in deep hot shit. You mentioned discomfort. Are you in pain? Pain will come and go. It's the itches that'll get you. And the phantoms. Back pretty fast and I don't have anything. Arm shaped attached to me. Imagine he also probably needs to jerk off too. He's saying they're having to do it left-handed, but then like the itches start and he just gets like fucking frustrated. Oh god, I could imagine. Well, where in the meantime? Something the clinics lend out in for cases like this. What they gave me is a dead weight 3-jointed land-filled bait piece of shit. Sorry, it's a very shitty feeling having a part of your body that you know they cut corners on. It fits. It's compatible, technically. I can slot in and feel on balance again. But the fingers don't even bend and the quick twitch motors are always off. It's like walking around with your arm asleep or dead. And I doubt that would be very good to, work on site for, but then probably management was like, well, you could have just come in with the dead weight on and you would just have been fine. So you're wearing it when you were arrested? No, I wasn't. Pretty sure I saw the police bagging it as evidence, so can't have gone too far. So Detective Reyes was being quite literal about how he was found. He had the victim's blood on his left arm, only because the time in question he didn't even have a right. No inconsistencies in the story so far, and he's opened up about as well as can be expected. But this still has all just been a warm-up for the both of us. Now comes the delicate part. Carlos, you and the victim were romantically involved. How long did you two know each other? Right. I know her since college. We shared a few classes, some mutual friends. Always got along. Eventually, we just got together at some point. I guess I never actually asked her out the real formal way. Sounds pretty cowardly, saying that out loud. Diane, she was in genetics, focused her studies on agriculture. It always takes them a few tries to get using past tense. Just finished her post-grad work this year. Got hired right out of the gate, practically headhunted. You believe that? Practically headhunted. Of course she was. Any company'd be lucky to have her, and like, it was a real ass job, paid real ass money too. So her career was starting to pan out. Right as you had fallen into the mother of all slumps. Where was she hired? Pedigree? No. Perigi Laboratories? I say that like the name matters. The whole setup's under Harco's umbrella. That doesn't narrow it down. The Harvest Corporation grows 1/3 of the soybeans and corn in the entire country. So let me guess, most of the food is probably soy and corn based, probably, or a mixture of synth and other things like that. So it's kind of like kibble or not chew-to, scop from Cyberpunk. One client that size, the lab wouldn't need any others. Now, no corporation earns the mega prefix without a little throat cutting, but Harco is about as tame as big business can get. Predictable like the seasons. No one's gonna buy that. They had some lab tech murdered because of corporate greed. Yeah, that is true. There's a lot of green corporations out there that tended to stay in their lane because all other places are focused on other things, or they can narrow in on a specific niche that they don't really need cutthroating. Had she adjusted well to her new job? Yeah, they loved having her there. She never mentioned arguments or disputes, corporate politics getting rough. I don't think so. Not like I've been a good listener lately. But I've never got the impression that she... Look, no one I know could do this to her. And there's nothing she could have done that would deserve what happened to her. It was a long shot, hoping for a disgruntled character from her past to shift blame onto. With no other suspects, I can't just reshuffle the detective's suspicions. I have to disprove their argument entirely. Thank you, Carlos. That was very helpful. It was? I'd like you to try and tell me whatever you can about what happened tonight. Oh. Start at the beginning and take your time. The details are important. Alright, Miss, Morgan. I'll try, Morgan. When you're ready. We were arguing. We had been arguing a lot lately. Arguing about stupid stuff. Haven't been working. Haven't been making money. Haven't been pulling my weight. I was mad at myself. But more than that, I was jealous of her. Jealous over nothing. Jealous of her goddamn money. The reports say you were arguing around 8 p.m. 8? Yeah, it must have been when we started. We got into it, and I said a lot of things that I shouldn't have. I said one thing I really, really shouldn't have. Crossed the line, and we both knew it. So I left. You left? Yeah, walked out the front door. Thought some fresh air might help me cool off. Help me figure out what to say to make it up to her. Because that's a big thing, is that usually whenever people have arguments, no matter how psycho they are, they usually just go away, right? It's human nature. It's a part of human psychology to just kind of go away, right? It puts far less stress on yourself. It puts far less stress on the situation in your mind just to kind of walk away, right? Unless you're in immediate damage or you need to like outlet, usually most people, no matter how demented, I guess you could say they aren't going to just attack right out the gate. They'll want to premeditate it or at least kind of work up to it. And usually they want to at least have some sort of internal logic and ritual to it to decide when they want to do it. That's how human psychology works a lot of time. And that's why even the most angry of people, even the most like anger issue of people, they might yell, they might scream, they might get in your face, but they might end up saying something and it'll always end with them going away. It'll always end with them walking away unless it gets really, really heated and like a punch is thrown. And that's because of the fact that it's better off to go away and to just kind of out of sight, out of mind thing, right? It's like, fuck it, I said this, I did this, whatever, I'm leaving now. I'm too angry for this, and it's not worth any of the other trouble, right? Sometimes there's morals involved. Sometimes it's as basic as, I don't want any more trouble for myself. I'm getting the fuck out of here. Of course, the air wasn't fresh, just humid, thick like mud. And while I was pissing away the time, Diane was, did you bring your phone with you or any other electronics? No. I kind of stormed off, didn't even take my key fobs. Didn't even lock the door behind me. With optics down, traffic and street level cameras won't help him. That leaves. Did he go through a checkpoint or talk to anyone with modded eyes? Did he buy anything, cash or credit? No, not even a vending machine. Not even a damn vending machine, huh? I made my match. How can anyone be this unlucky? That's quite unfortunate. I just went quiet at the time. I wanted to wallow in it, really. Sorry if I don't have all the details straight. My head is... But if my exact route would help, the cam's probably... What is it? He didn't even realize. Optics was what? Can that even happen? There's no other proof that you were out at the time Diane was killed. I mean, you've got no alibi. This can't... Listen, I didn't do this. I couldn't. Carlos? I'm the one person you don't have to try and convince. After all, I'm your lawyer. So, let's just get it all out there and see what we've got to work with. Right. Now, you said you left to clear your head. What made you come back? I came back because I heard a noise. A loud noise. Didn't know what it was. It was loud, and it scared me. And it came from the direction of the apartment. I was walking back at first, but at some point I must have started running because when I got back, I was so out of breath when I saw that the front door was open. Something dropped in my chest, and my lungs wouldn't. I wonder if maybe there is if there's any record of like door opening, door closing, door open, doesn't close, and then entry, right? Kind of like how a lot of modern automated doors kind of have like a log in them of like when a door opens, how long it was open for, and then when it closes. And usually that's just for like diagnostic shit and other stuff like that, just to see if like anything's wrong. But you can cross-reference that for like criminal investigations. So if like, oh, door was open for 5 seconds, door closed, 5 seconds passed, door opens, doesn't close, but another entry was sensed. I wonder if that could possibly happen. You live on the first floor, right? Yeah, first floor apartment, street facing entrance. We were proud of that when we first moved in. Like it was some kind of big deal. In the hallway, I saw her, but I didn't realize. I never thought she was... Lights were off. The whole room was a mess. I thought we had been robbed, or she had fallen, or there's broken glass, furniture knocked over. She was... I called her name and she didn't move. I checked her pulse. She was still warm. Her blood was warm. And I saw the gun. It looked so heavy, but I thought it had to be fake because I didn't want it to be real. Is that why you picked it up? What? Picked it up? I didn't touch that thing. I didn't shoot her, damn it. Doing what I do, you hear a lot of lies. I mean, in this world, it could be very easily that somebody, one, scuffed at the prince just to kind of get him expedited to prison for just another quota finished off. Two, maybe somebody has a cybernetic that mimics fingerprints for whatever reason. Maybe it's an artist or like a Baroque piece or bespoke piece, right? Or three, perhaps he did pick it up and he forgot about it. White lies, blatant lies, hasty lies, bad lies especially. For me, it's always been easy to spot a lie, but it can be hard to know what to do about it. I have all the proof I need in my files, but he's nervous and defensive, and none of this works if he doesn't trust me. It's the fact that your fingerprints are on the gun. What? But I didn't do this. I didn't. I wasn't thinking. I was just... Carlos? All I'm saying is that you picked it up. That's all. Would you believe me if I said I didn't realize it was a gun? That explains how his prints got on the gun. But not in a way that would satisfy police. Still, if all he did was hold the gun... So stupid, I know what a gun looks like. But seen in my own home right in front of me. You were in shark, Carlos. You still are. That's one of the biggest things that I think is one of the biggest like faults of like modern investigation, and especially things like this, is that people automatically assume because your prints were on it that it means you're guilty. It's immediately a guilty verdict for a lot of things. But people immediately, like, they seem like to have this like disconnect that people pick shit up That's like our primary mode of interaction with the world is picking shit up and touching things. Of course somebody's going to touch something. That's like what our hands were made for. Even if we're not supposed to, we're probably bound to touch it at some point if we're in shock, or to look it over, or to understand it. But there's all of these other, like, indictments that are getting in the way of that. Instead of it just being like, oh, that's just what kind of happens. It's like, oh, well, you must be guilty. The police came in sometime after that. I don't remember much of what they said. Things started moving fast. It seemed like the rest of my night went probably the way you'd expect. Caller, so you admit to having a verbal argument with Diane, but you said you were surprised to see the room trashed when you got back. To clarify, you're saying that you two never had a physical fight. What? Physical? We never fought. We never fought like that. Did the police say that we did? They assumed as much. Which means they also assumed the room was disheveled well before the shooting occurred. Considering what Carlos has told me, what else did they assume? What is it? I'd like you to take a look at something for me. The crime scene. Oh. An AR module built from the data taken as the police entered, so... Right, it's just that... It's just data, Carlos. No grisly details. Okay. Let me see it. Take your time. Alright, I think I've got it. That's how the police found things. Now close your eyes and think back to the room looked when you left. Try to focus on what's out of place. Alright. I'll take notes. You just say whatever comes to mind. I don't remember exactly where everything was. But, well, the mirror was upright, of course. And the clock was still on the wall. The chair got knocked over at some point. The bed got tossed, the cushions torn. And the urn fell. Other than that... No, sorry. That's all that stands out to me. I see. Like so? What's wrong? Something out of place? Carlos, you need to trust your instinct. If anything seems off, it's because you're drawing to shit. It's just, I guess I just assumed your notes would be making edits to the AR. Well, I suppose that works too. She truly is shit ass. Sorry, I didn't mean... I think your drawing was pretty good considering... I'd like to change the subject now, Carlos. Right. Let's talk about the letter that was found on your desk. Letter? What do you mean? I mean this letter. Do you recognize it? Because the police are calling it a confession. A confession? But this is just a note to self. Pardon? Look, when we fight, I lose my temper. I say a lot of things I don't mean to. So this morning, I tried writing things down so I'd have a script to stick to. So I could apologize to her instead of just fighting with her. Carlos, you say in the note that you hurt them. Yeah, he did hurt them. Emotionally, not physically. I broke her fidget tubbies. Her what? Her what? Her fidget tubbies? That's awesome. Welcome back, Chris. Got a stomachache and now making food to relieve the pain. Oh. Yes, yes, yes. Commodification of cute things. The only good thing capitalism has ever done. There are these collectible ceramic character things. They're supposed to be like tactile. You use them as paperweights or conversation starters. Conversation starters? She loved those little things. I know someone that likes little cute things. I'd fucking hate myself if I broke one of his shits. They're not worth a damn, but you can buy them at any flea market or garage sale. But they mean a lot to her. So they're like Beanie Babies. Huh. And I broke them. I mean, I was pissy at the time. But that goddamn piece of shit rental arm. I hardly know where I'm swinging half the time. He probably meant to pick it up and maybe place it somewhere else, or just he picked it up in anger, but then crushed it. Got so angry, I ripped it off and tossed it in my room. That cheap, dusty, worthless. Okay, let's say he didn't break her frigida duckies with his replacement arm. That's what the ceramic dust is from. That's what the ceramic dust is from on the ground. The stuff that they disregarded. That lines up with what he says, because that's exactly what was found there. The ceramic dust that they're like, what is this for? Well, they fucking disregard it. He must have picked it up because it was on one of the shelves, and he crushed it, and then must have tossed his arm away somewhere else. Nothing at the moment, but not enough detail in the note for me to prove what his intent was when he sat down to write it. But if the police insist on claiming it's a confession for the heartbreak killings anyway, couldn't even bother to sweep them up. I felt so. Alright, Carlos. Thanks for answering my questions. Now I'm going to call the police back in here, and I'm going to get this cleared up for you. What? That's it? That's it. Oh, okay. Although, before I do have to ask, what do you know about the heartbreak killer? Heartbreak? You mean that psycho that was trending all month? I mean, as much as anyone, I guess. I haven't been getting out much, but I'm sure everyone's on edge. A guy like that is out there. He shoots people through the heart, right? The police kept the victim's appearance far away from any upstanding news sources. So unless he was already following the murders, Carlos wouldn't notice any resemblances to his girlfriend. I mean, she was shot in the chest, but that just doesn't mean anything, does it? If he's this slow on the uptake, it's going to be a real shock when those officers walk in here and accuse him of being a serial killer. I'll just have to squash that theory as quickly and definitively as possible. 4:04 a.m., June 5th, 2086. I didn't realize you could smoke in here. Technically, I can smoke wherever I want. For free. Smoking in a non-smoking area. I guess so. Nervous? Don't be. I'm the one who's on the clock. Right. I'm sure this isn't your first time doing this. No, of course not. It would be my first homicide defense, though. Oh. Why does everyone always think the first time is so goddamn important? I wonder what else she thought the first time wasn't that important. I mean, me too, Brody. Hey, cheer up. Low-key, I kind of want her to peg me until I can't think. I'm kidding. I want to peg her until she can't think. I've got relevant experience in other areas. Oh, what areas are those? You ever gamble, Carlos? No, ma'am. Never gone anywhere near loot boxes. Won't touch this stuff. I meant like playing cards. Dude, he's a gamer. Oh, well then, no to that too. I've actually got terrible luck. Could have fooled me. Well, what I do is a lot of like poker, Carlos. Poker's nice because even if you're dealt nothing but crap all night long, you can still win, which makes things pretty fun. Okay, so do you have a good poker face? I like to think so. And are you lucky? Only when the stakes are high. And in this metaphor, we're playing poker, and the state's the dealer. If only. No, the state's more like the house. Yes! The fuck did I say? Yeah! You mean like the house always wins? Yes. They're very good at winning it, I mean. That's why they're up there and we're down here. That's why they're the house. So what do? We play the cards we're dealt as best we can. Win more hands than we lose. Keep it up and eventually someone will come over, tap on the dealer's shoulder and whisper something in their ear, and then we'll be politely asked to leave. That doesn't sound very triumphant. The house always wins. So our definition of victory is more like, don't lose. Thanks, Morgan. It can come down to being Pyrrhic victory, but hey, it's better than nothing. I guess I was more asking, like, what should I say? Just leave all the talking to me. So that's the strategy. What's up? You know there's a saying about gamblers with strategies. Yo, ready to confess yet? Shut your bitch ass up, Farah. Because I already woke up the DA. Already? She must be new. The district attorney have final say on whether or not a case is brought to trial. Only fair since they're the ones who end up having to actually prove the damn thing. Yeah, a lot of times there's plenty of criminal trials that actually never get brought to trial because of a variety of things with the DA, and that means that plenty of cases that should be brought forward don't ever get brought forward because they're not worth the time. If you don't ever think that the system's not corrupt, just remember that. Only fair since they're the ones who end up having to prove the actual damn thing. Most of them prefer simple guilty pleas over long, protracted trials. Yeah, exactly. That's why the plea deals are like, hey, just plead guilty right now. You don't go to trial, and you just show up to court one day, and then you go to jail. And they all dislike having their time wasted. Unfortunately, then you'll have to call them back because my client is not guilty, and frankly, I'm not even sure you have enough to hold him here. Right, what she said. You've got a weird sense of humor, counselor. Different generations, I guess. Before my time kind of thing. I'm very serious when it comes to defending a man's innocence, detective. Counselor, we have your client's written confession. His written confession, let's start there. Okay, we'll be happy to. The thrust of every argument starts with the facts. That's always known to be agreed upon. Public knowledge for every player at the table. It's pretty simple, counselor. Real paint by the number stuff. Oh shit, here comes the game aspect. See, we found a note at his apartment with his fingerprints on it, apologizing for how he hurt them so bad. Now, how are you planning to spin that? Those are the facts. God damn! Just fucking... I have a thing for redheads, so this isn't helping at all. But I've been building my hand up all night. And now I've got the weapons for anything they try to throw at me. Well, my client did write that note, and it was an apology. But not for murder. He was apologizing for... He was simply apologizing for this. The hell is that? Oh, fuck. I found myself asking the exact same question. What are we looking at here? Something like from the crime scene? This diagram of the room, it's created from the data you captured, right? From the non-GMO augmented reality crime scene data. Yeah. What's non-GMO? Not much these days. Haha! Notice anything out of place? Yeah, the whole room's full of busted shit. It's the scene of a murder. Full of busted shit, for sure. But I was more referring to the unidentified ceramic debris found on the western side of the room. The hell is that? Ceramic debris, huh? Must be from the vase that got tossed. Actually, that's not possible. Oh? Because the vase... wasn't damaged. It's not possible the debris to have come from the vase, because the vase is still pristine. How is that? How is that possible? The lady at the garage sale told me it was so old and delicate. Damn it. The one time I tried and thrift shop on my own. Well, so what? What does that even mean? If that vase doesn't have a scratch on it, the debris must have come from somewhere else. That debris is what my client wrote the apology over. You're saying that confession was his apology for not vacuuming? I am, because that pile of crumbs is all that remains of the victim's collection of fidget tubbies. What he said. Mr. Flat broke the victim's ceramic figures by accident, and this impassioned note to self was just his attempt at scripting out an apology. Can you prove that? We're taking this seriously? As much as I wish we weren't. We're all in agreement that my client wrote that note. And we can say clearly that the ceramic debris at the crime scene. Now, since it couldn't have come from the vase, it must have come from the collectibles. Simple, right? The hell are you on about? The entire room was trashed, as the arcs clearly shows. Those fidget tubbies must have been pulverized during the struggle, too. You are really going to claim he sat down to write an apology for breaking her toys after gunning her down? Or the fact that that same ceramic debris was established as not being a part of the crime scene? So the detectives that were there knows that those weren't a part of the crime scene. Not a bad train of thought, but I can do better. No, those collectibles were destroyed much earlier than that, and there's proof. Let's take a closer look at the rental arm you took into custody. Huh? One swipe of your fingers could show exactly how devastating it was to the fickle buddy ecosystem. It's fidget tubbies. Whatever. I bet she likes fidget tubbies too. You did take it into custody, and I'm sure your text found ceramic debris on it, yes? Now that you mention it. Fine, whatever. He broke them with his arm. While he was killing her, happy? Overjoyed, because even a cheap arm got an operating system that logs the last time it was worn, right? Right. See, I happened to spot a footnote on the lab report. Said that rental hadn't been used since the AM. Whose side are you on, old man? I got pretty late, sunshine. Just trying to save us some time where I can. Well, thank you for your service. Well, thank you for your service. Are you seriously buying this crap? Just look at how scrawled, how panicked that note is. It's scrawled in panic because he's left-handed. He's right-handed. He took off the arm and wrote the note. One that hasn't been graded. Setting aside Detective Ray's surprising depth and knowledge when it comes to collectibles. What the fuck did I tell you? You're correct. They're held no real monetary value. It would be odd for Carlos to be so shaken over their loss. But so what? So what? After all, there's no panic you're seeing on that page. No, the only reason that Carlos had the way was... What it does is because Carlos is right-handed. Carlos is right-handed. Did they not know that? Shouldn't that be on my permanent record or something? So the reason why that note looks like an asylum wall scribbles is just because he had to use his left hand to write it. I tend to think better writing than typing. And I need to get used to using my left anyway. I just thought it could be good practice. Taking that into account, alongside the ceramics, your slam dunk confession is looking about as watertight as fishnet. Okay, fine. Forget about the confession. Congratulations, counselor. You've established that your client's remorseless. Now let's get back to reality of the situation. Here are the facts. We found your client at the scene of the crime, wearing a coat covered in the victim's blood, right next to the big old goddamn gun that just so happens to have his fingerprints on it. That's right. That coat is... What? You're going to claim it's not his? That he actually wears an extra small? She's trying to bait me in her typical low-key fashion. She must have something. No sense in playing into him. Something you'd like to ask me, detective? I'm just curious. What'll be next? You're going to tell me he actually wears an extra small? Gee, Carlos, do you? No. Yeah, sure, there's no evil twin you've forgotten to mention. I wonder whenever I can use the, I love the poker euphemisms, oh my lord. Oh, I'm afraid not. Not even going to go for a mysterious third party at the scene of the crime. To prove his innocence, I will need to get there eventually. But going there now without hard evidence... Fuck it. Raise. I'm quite confident that my client isn't guilty, so there must have been a third individual at some point. Ah, I see. That's cute. The only problem is, the arcs show plain as day, there's no evidence of anyone but Carlos being there that night. So keep dreaming. Oh. It was obvious she had something. I wasn't going to win that hand either way. But there's no reason for me to play her punching bag. Okay. We're not contesting any of that, detective. My client freely admits to holding that gun. He picked it up in the confusion after coming home to be found at a brutal crime scene, which was not smart. But not illegal either. And that's all. He had her blood all over his clothes. Yes, he did. Right. Do you have those clothes on hand, by the way? The lab finished with them a while ago. What are you getting at? It'll be easier just to show you. Would you mind getting them for me? You know what? Sure. I could use the fresh air. This thing's a bullshit in here anyway. And here I thought the room smelled like... Psst, Morgan. What are you doing? My coat's covered in her blood. I remember that much. So doesn't that, like, make me look really bad? Just relax, Carlos. I'm pretty sure that's impossible. You're innocent. And that means that having more evidence will always help you, not hurt you. Really? Really? Not really. Plenty of innocent people in prison. People with bad luck. Or bad lawyers. People shouldn't count on the truth to come out easy. More often than not, it takes coaxing. Like gently edging somebody. Huh. What was it that reminded me of? Alright, here it is. Dude, he's got the fucking Edge Runner jacket. So what's your angle? Is actually hot sauce? No. That would be silly. She actually thought it over. So what the hell was your point? Hey. Sorry, just got thrown off by the turn of good fortune. Good fortune? You should thank the detective for bringing you your jacket, Carlos. She just proven your innocence. My client was arrested wearing this coat. He he would have been wearing it at the time of the murder. But he must have worn the jacket to go out. He must have grabbed the jacket as the only thing that he did grab to leave. Why would he have been wearing the jacket indoors? Has the victim's blood on it, who we know died when she was shot in the heart by the gun that happens to be an old world pre-tagging firearm. And so this coat proves he couldn't have been the shooter. Is there a gas leak in here? Because if he was wearing that coat and he shot her, the blood spatter would have gotten onto the coat instead of being just from touching her. In what world does that make any sense? Sense happens to be key here. I just need to draw their attention to what I can. I think smell might actually be the right one. Do me a favor, detective. Tell me what you smell. I don't smell anything except dried blood. Exactly. The coat smells like blood, but it doesn't smell of cigarette. That's what I've been smelling. Yes, Detective London. I was smoking earlier. Could you rejoin the conversation? I've been listening. You want me to smell the jacket? If you could. Let's see. Smells like the atmosphere, doesn't it? And no gunpowder. What? What about gunpowder? Oh, don't blame yourself for not noticing. This was before your time. Ooh, interesting. Very cool. You can't be more than a few years older than me. But not before your parents, it seems. See, gunpowder's weak by today's standards, but still volatile stuff. Hard to store, prone to misfiring. And when it goes bang, it leaves behind an awful lot of evidence. The hell is she talking about, London? Modern firearms like the ones we carry use electricity, magnetism, even air pressure or sound waves. They've got more accuracy, more firepower, less recoil, less noise, and they don't leave behind any residue. Gunpowder residue. That was also the other thing that I was thinking of. I was like, well, if he shot her with the jacket on, one, there's going to be residue from the gunpowder, but two, there's also going to be a specific spatter of blood on it, and three, if he had actually only worn it outside, there would be a specific scent of it being there instead of the scent of the crime scene. You talked my ear off about how difficult it is tracking down a gun that doesn't leave digital traces, but a revolver like this one, it'd leave gunpowder on the skin or of whoever fired it for days. Yes, it does. And that's one of the main reasons why a lot of people wear gloves when shooting. Not only because it protects from, a lot of times whenever you're shooting, even if it's like a pistol like this, if you wear gloves, there's a lot of the muzzle flash that comes out this way, and the gunpowder can come backwards, and the ash and everything like that, and it can be very stinky. It can be, it smells. You smell gunpowder. Gunpowder is one of those things where it's kind of like a cigarette. It's kind of like a gas line break. You will always smell gunpowder. It is very, very obvious whenever something has gunpowder on it. But one of the reasons why you also wear gloves, especially when shooting, is because of that ash and that gunpowder residue, but also the heat. It's also because of grip. It's also because of all these other things that go into the fact that as a form of forensics, guns are very messy. And oftentimes you don't want that shit on your hands. Not even just for like a crime thing, just for like a logistic standpoint. You don't want your hands smelling like shit. You don't want your hands getting burnt by muzzle flash. You don't want your hands getting touched by hot brass ejecting out the side or bouncing off a wall and then hitting your hands. If you don't trust your nose, you can check the lab reports. I think they would have found any gunpowder on my client or his clothes. They'd have taken the time to highlight it. But whatever. That just means he washed off after shooting her or changed his clothes. He washed off, and yet he still had blood on his hands. That's not impossible, but it would be pretty pointless. Huh? His jacket and his left hand were blood-soaked when the officers found him. Would he really go through the trouble of all the effort to get rid of something as subtle as gunpowder residue, just to get the victim's blood all over himself afterwards? I love the fucking bouncing shit that bounces on them. In light of these details, I'd like to formally request that you reconsider the charges Mr. Flat is facing as soon as possible. Whoa. They're faltering now. Should topple over at any moment. The letter was mostly icing on the cake for them. But that gun is all they had to link Carlos to any of the shootings. So if it looks like he was never actually fired the gun, I'll admit, things were getting a little dicey there at times. But once I was able to grasp the situation, small pieces fell into place. I mean, yeah, that is basically what happened with me. As soon as I was able to kind of understand what was going on and kind of how the game was functioning, I was like, okay, I get it now. Not my cleanest work by far, but overall, I'd say, did she get a message? What, did they actually manage to find it? Something you'd like to share, Detective Reyes? You're good. Twisting the truth into knots, making the facts work for you. Thanks. But your luck just ran out. Because the net scrubbers found a cam active at the exact moment of the shooting. And right now, I'm staring at the photo of the killer. Wanna bet? Ah, wanna bet? A photo of the shooter. If she had that, we wouldn't be talking. But I doubt she's just pulling this out of her ass. She's got something from the scrubbers. I want to gamble. 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 I want to instigate. I want to instigate. I want to instigate. I'm instigating. I'm instigating. I'm instigating. That's a bold bluff for this late in the game, Detective. Especially when we both know that there was an optics blackout during the shooting. Well, that's just it. This isn't from optics. I should have figured she wouldn't have made a claim like that bold enough without backing it up. Party's over, counselor. At least feast your eyes on this. Well, okay, the quality is lacking. And yet, there it is. They managed to find a quarter needle of evidence and a whole city block of haystacks. What are the goddamn chances? No. With the scale of their tools operate on, I guess the chances are always in their favor. But there's no quality here. What else is going on? Do the heights match to Carlos? Alright, this isn't good, but it's a far cry from the worst case scenario I envisioned. That's what I figured. I figured that. I figured as much. I kind of got connected the dots with that on the with the whole like poker euphemism. If you run out of chips, you're done for. You could even say I got lucky, which means the stakes are, well, it's a little bit blurry. Don't look at me. I didn't take the damn thing. Technically, no one took it. Looks like at the time of shooting, a neighbor was on their phone, probably venting about how crazy the couple across the room was acting. But if their phone was on, the camera would be on. And so we managed to get this shot through the window. Yes, because it's on ground floor. Where to begin? Far away, unfocused, ultra low resolution, zoomed in, blurred, color shifted, and so compressed it looks like it's from another century. There are tools that could enhance this image any further than I could count the pixels on one hand, and you could kiss its admissibility in court goodbye. You can't honestly claim that you can identify my client from this image. And there's no way in hell that you could get this past a judge. Yeah, you're probably right. We couldn't. But I think I know a DA that could. Either way, it doesn't seem like your client's leaving this police station anytime soon. That photo. What the hell is happening to me? Think I know a DA that could? Don't be so modest, old man. We have photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway at the same time the whole neighborhood heard a gunshot. Yes, a left-handed shooter. An accurate left-handed shooter when supposedly the guy who just got brought in is right-handed, didn't have his arm on during the according to the logs, and that guy had an arm on, and 3, that he was so accurate enough to have shot her immediately through the heart, despite the fact it was mentioned that he was constantly feeling nerves, itches, and pains in his body that was making him extremely unbalanced. Hold on. Yep, see? Though there is the possibility that I saw this here, but there is no hand down here. But who knows what that could mean? That almost doesn't look like the same gun. Is the time still right? Yeah, 9 o'clock right there. Okay. Capture multi-spectrum image. Huh. We could, the blinds right here could be blocking the other guy's arm or anything. But it also doesn't look like the jacket is big enough to have been Carlos's. And again, even if that is the jacket that Carlos was wearing when he got brought in that had her blood on it, where is the gunpowder on that jacket then? You say that this is like a gotcha, but we see that there's a picture of a man in a jacket shooting a gunpowder-based gun that then doesn't have gunpowder on it. Those are details in the evidence that aren't corroborating. They aren't lining up with each other. You're referring to my client, you think? We've established he wasn't wearing his modded arm at all tonight, so he must have shot with his left. Yes, and we've also established that he's weak with his left side. A left side that had no gunpowder whatsoever. Forensics will never be perfect, counselor. Sometimes we miss things. Yeah, but your nose is often better than what computers can get. If you don't smell gunpowder, there's probably no gunpowder. And if the fucking computers didn't see gunpowder, there was probably no gunpowder. Sometimes you take a walk through the rain, and whenever you finally get to where you were going, you somehow end up dry. But that doesn't mean it didn't rain. But that same logic also works against you. Just because you ended up dry doesn't mean that it was raining too. It's like saying, oh, well, yeah, we're dry. That must mean it could have been raining. And you just missed all the rain. Or maybe it wasn't raining at all. Hell, you could have ended up wet when you got home on a fucking desert run. That doesn't mean that it was suddenly raining in the desert. There could have been other details that you're missing. All of which is to say, before judge or jury, photographic evidence outweighs a failed sniff test. Carlos is innocent. I know he is. But that photo shows a left-handed shooter. Carlos is innocent. That photo is real. If both are true, then that means the photo doesn't show what it appears to show. But also the fact is that by this point, Carlos wasn't in the apartment, according to his own I'm just confused about one thing. Where was this photo taken from exactly? Exactly? Positional data usually only accurate to the nearest public router. And if we de-anon the phone owner and ask them where, why bother with any of that? Ballistics and common sense tell us the perp shot from the room's doorway. Yeah, because if this is the doorway, and then here's the blinds that they were at like an angle that they got taken from, that must mean they came in and shot from this trajectory here, and that must have been what knocked over the plate. But that's also a left-handed shooter at about what seems to be 10 or 12 meters away, somehow nailing them straight through the heart with a gun that had already been used 6 previous times. I think we're kind of getting lost in some of the evidence here. The front entrance of the apartment faces the south. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. We're looking straight at the shooter, so it's pretty obvious that this was taken from the north window. Oh, there's the window right here. Right, there's also a window right there. From the north? This is the north. Then why can we clearly see the... It's not that complicated. The neighbor who got the shot must live on the other side of the street. So we're looking into the bedroom from the north window. If she's wrong, I should seize the opportunity. Start turning the tide. But it could also not be taken from the north. Look. Look at this. Look at the photograph. Look at the way that the photograph is taken. It's at an angle. But this is also pretty dead on, too. But if it's just a recreation, it could be getting details wrong. Hold on. Crime scene map. No, wait. I'm fucking up here. This is the door right here, and that's the window. That's the north window. I think she is right on that part. Yeah, so here's the north window, but then where is the debris in front of that window? Why do I have 2 flats coats? Did you see that? I had 2. Oh, flats note, flats coat. Oh, never mind. I was like, what? They said they got an apartment facing the street. So maybe it's actually not north. Maybe that's actually east. But I'm wondering, maybe if they got more info from that call, perhaps the moment that the shot was fired, and if the person looked around, they could have seen Carlos re-entering the building. If he was re-entering the building. Right, from the north. No, because that would mean something the matter, counselor? Sorry, just thinking things through. Right. So law school was mostly Fuck me, dude. Now's not the time for hesitation. I should speak up and take them back to momentum. The photo can't be taken from the north. What are you talking about? The good detectives are misinformed here. I need to take advantage of it. Time to press the initiative. How do you mean it was taken from the west? The autopsy tells us the victim was shot from the doorway. Your officer's ARCS data tells us the precise location of everything in the room at the time they arrived. And now your photo taken at the exact moment of the shooting. And all that together tells us that this photo must have been taken from the west window. As long as you consider Honestly, I think the statement might be good to use here. Did ceramic? No, that doesn't make sense. The murder weapon wouldn't... I don't know how that would indicate direction. Take a look at the clock on that photo. The clock? What about it? Seems like London's got an idea. If he's mistaken, I could pounce on it and keep the tempo high. This photo was taken right before the shooting, so... Wait, don't tell me the time of death is wrong. Hold on. Let's check one more time. So, what we know is autopsy. Time of death is at 9 p.m. And according to this... Is it 7? No. Okay. Wait, shit. This. I don't see a clock on the wall in this one, but that's probably because it was knocked down. What does this say exactly? Hold on. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 9. Yeah, it looks like the time of death is correct here. It appears to be right around 9 p.m. The moment that the shot was taken, and the clock hand is just a little bit off kilter from 12. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna risk and say raise. That's a good question, Detective London. But the answer is no. Oh! The autopsy, the clock, and the neighbor all agree the time of death was 9 p.m. Right, I'm mistaking that. So then what the hell are you on about? There's a clock on the wall in this photo. Analog style. And it reads 9 o'clock. 9 p.m., the time of the shooting. What the heck's so special about it? Nothing. There's nothing odd about the time on the clock. But, do you remember there being a clock in the room? What? Actually, I don't recall there being a clock. That makes sense. You wouldn't recall a clock because it wasn't there. Yes, exactly. And the only clock in that room is the northeastern corner. And my client has informed me that before the crime, it was hung on the eastern wall. Mm-hmm. Like so. What the hell is that supposed to be? An artistic rendition. Very distinctive. If you had information on how the crime scene was before the shooting, why didn't you just add that to the arcs and show you my hand? Just because discovery law compels us to share info doesn't mean we have to play fair, detective. Slipped my mind. I'll do that now. Then this photo must be looking through the western window, see? Don't get ahead of yourself. The victim was shot at 9 p.m. The same time this photo was taken of the shooter. But you want to claim that the clock is still on the eastern wall when it would have been knocked over during the fighting? You've got the logic backwards, detective. Your previous photo shows that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And there's one piece of evidence that proves exactly how the cards fell. The vase got knocked over. No. Actually, it might be either glass or it might be vase, because either one of those could indicate that it was only during the shooting that the scuffle happened, therefore it got knocked down and everything. What is this? Taking a look at the vase at the crime scene. Cheap, durable, and damn near spotless. So what? It's not like there's a timestamp showing when it fell over. Oh, I thought it was going to be something like... Oh. Glass shards? What about them? Nothing much, really. Only that they're on top of the victim's body, not under it. The glass fell on top of the victim's body. That would mean that she was dead on the ground before the room got trashed. That's why I picked the vase. I was like, clearly she got shot and then the room got fucked up. That's why I chose the vase. And that's why I was choosing between the glass and the otherwise. So I was like, okay, so clearly the room was pristine, then the shooting happened, and then it got trashed, and that's when Carlos came back in. You can bet more chips on an answer. Get it wrong, you might lose more, but you get it right, you gain more. That doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone trash the room afterwards? It's a good question, Carlos. Luckily, it's the detectives who had to delve the minds of the criminally insane, not us. Tell me, detective, were there any signs of a struggle at the scene of the crime? Or other crime scenes? No, nothing like that. Those attacks would have been over in a matter of seconds. Meaning that this person was deliberately trashing the rooms, if there is previous trashed rooms, to make it seem like there was a scuffle. So what did you think when you saw the mess in the bedroom? That this was personal, and things had gotten complicated. Shit happens. Shit does happen, detective. But in this case, it seems that there's been a general misconception about the order in which shit happened. So what, if the room didn't get tossed over until afterwards, he still shot her. And we still have the photo right here. And I'm glad you do, detective, because that photo proves my client's innocence. Huh? Proving that it wasn't my client who pulled the trigger is difficult. Maybe. More importantly for all of us, time-consuming. Thanks to your photo, I can prove that it couldn't have been my client who pulled the trigger. Because the man in the photo can't possibly be Carlos. Like hell it can't be. The last shards prove the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And we know that until the room was tossed, the clock was on the eastern wall. Which means that the photo of the shooter was taken from the west. Back to this shit, that's impossible. The only hallway in that apartment runs from north to south. Unless they came in from an opposite window. The only person with the prints is on your client. And the only fact of the matter is that he used it to murder 6 people. You're a very honest person, detective. Excuse me. That's why you're such a shitty gambler. You played your cards correctly, too early, and now I can steal the pot right from under you. You're right about the hallway's orientation. You're right about the prints. And this HK figure has claimed 6 lives. But we aren't looking at the hallway in that photo. What we're seeing is... We're looking at it from the mirror. Oh! It's a reverse shot. He's right-handed! He's not left-handed, he's right-handed! Ah! Oh, I'm going on! I'm going on! What is that? The glass shards thing again? Sort of. By the way, do you recall where those glass shards came from? Yeah, sure. They came from a standing mirror. A mirror that at the time of the shooting stood across the room from the western window. But then that would mean, from that angle, from that viewpoint, it would reflect the hallway. So we're not seeing a shooter with a gun in their left hand. We're seeing a killer take aim with their right arm! Ah! The fuck did I say? The fuck did I say? I'm so good at this! I'm so good at this! Call me motherfucking Batman the way I be solving crimes! And as we all know, my client hasn't had a working right arm in a number of weeks. And an arm that doesn't have opposable fingers. And he hasn't worn his rental since this morning. So I meant what I said about that photo. I'm glad it was recovered, because it just proved my client couldn't possibly have committed this crime. That should be the end of it. Except, looks like Detective Reyes is really a novice gambler. Sunk cost has got its teeth in her now. Yep, she's so far in that she's itching to prove herself. Clawing up her spine, whispering wounded pride in her ear. It's a cold sweat, hot palms kind of fever. The impotent, irrational fury of losing something you thought was guaranteed yours. But lucky for you, Detective, I'm well versed in shock therapy. You look dissatisfied, Detective Reyes. That's one word for it. Then allow me to put a nice bow on everything for you. In summary, my client's so-called confession was just a note to self. The police found him in shock, reeling at the death of his girlfriend. Arrested him for being next to a gun he forensically couldn't have fired. After being confronted with the facts you received from the photographic evidence, and also you should be able to tell which hand he picked it up with. If it was with a left hand, you would have been able to tell that. And the moment that it's revealed that it was a right hand, then immediately the prints could not have matched up with that, regardless of the fact that he didn't have a right arm to begin with. You received photographic evidence of the exact moment of the shooting, and instead of utilizing said photo to track down the real killer, you tried to claim it depicted my client, a man with the requisite limb, standing in an architecturally impossible hallway. He could have had a backup arm. He could have stolen one. A little stubbornness can be charming, but this kind of desperation is ugly. It's getting late. Time to bare my fangs a bit. Is that the best you've got? Even a bare bones prosthetic off the black market needs to be attuned to an individual's nervous system. He'd have to bring it into a clinic, which would have left a record on his shoulder OS. A record you won't find. And he'd still have to somehow have gotten rid of it before the police arrived. SOP at the scene of a violent crime calls for a full spectrum scanning of the entire building and 100 meters around it minimum. So where Detective Reyes, did he manage to hide away a cybernetic arm from your drones in that time between the shooting and his arrest? Well? Oh, we got more splash art. Any objections? Detective? God damn it. Ah, yeah, you better fold, bitch. Yeah, you better fold. I know how to play my cards. Show me your hand, Flat. You're uncomforting me. In light of the evidence, we have no reason to hold you. Now I gotta go call the DA and tell her I made a mistake. Not we made a mistake, huh? Listen, kid, you should know. Detective? Lost my train of thought. But hey, your attorney's a real tiger, and she just fought like hell for you. Make sure you thank her properly. Public defense doesn't pay that well. Yeah. That's kind of you to say, Detective. But my work is its own reward. Sure. I feel exactly the same, Counselor. What? What happens now? I'll have to speak with the DA about the dismissal. And there's still some paperwork we need to go through. So basically, you're free to go. Congrats! You get to leave the casino with your kneecaps intact. Yay? What do I do? What am I supposed to do? The detectives will continue their investigation. Their investigation into heartbreak, huh? Yes. When the authorities are satisfied with their examination of the body, she'll be handed over to the next of kin. And then you can make funeral arrangements. No, that's not what Diane being gone is bad enough. But a serial killer? It's like she died of the flu. It doesn't happen anymore. People die of the flu all the time. But I know what you mean. I can't make sense of it. So what am I supposed to do? Come work for me. I'll give you a job. You can be my muscle. There are some contacts I could give you. Services, professionals, doctors. No, you've done more than enough for me. When you got here, I was too tired to even defend myself, to try and convince them that I didn't. You saved me. Thank you. You're welcome. No, I mean thank you for not asking. Huh? For asking if I killed her. Oh, Carlos. I didn't need to ask. I knew you were innocent from the start. Of course he was. After all. The blood's always different. Heart's always in the same place. Easy to find. Hard to miss. But the blood is always different. A flowering stain, unfurling towards an invisible sun. A perfectly unique bloom, only one for each of us. A Rorschach test with singular universal meaning, vitality at its climax. Bursting forth into a red fractal consisting solely of an infinite, the end. With the comical thud of a body hitting the floor as its own kind of lowbrow appeal. 8:59 p.m. June 4th, 2086. Bullet number 6 of 6. The gun's empty. As you sit at me now, may as well leave it. Feels like a waste, but whatever. Finding the ammo was almost enough of a hassle to outweigh the advantages. I could sell an untagged gun for a bit of cash. But cash can't buy peace of mind. So it must be vigilantism of some sort. Oh, check the profiles. Oh, hell yes. Cannot carry a tune. Hobby batting cages. Noisy people. High places gambling. Guns. Criminal defense. Attorney. She's a criminal defense attorney. That's awesome. I like how it kind of all... That's very, very cool. And what the fuck did I tell you? The reason why I called this was because of the design in her character. She is the only character in the game so far to have 2 tones to her silhouette, which indicates that something isn't being told to us. And I was like, it must be that she's the killer. For whatever reason, she must be. And there's all of these parts, all these moments of her going up to and like talking about heartbreak, all of these other things, so like Fran talking about heartbreak, and I'm like, all of these people know about it, and yet she acts like she doesn't know about it. But then whenever she acts like she doesn't know about it, she seems to know much more than everyone else around her, including the newses. Meaning it has to also, she has to be in on it in some way. Oh, don't look so surprised, lady. Moping around in the dark in here, must have been able to see my silhouette. Didn't she think I was her boyfriend? Back on an encore of that enthralling conversation? Can't ask her now. Hey! Did you hear that? These old pieces are so goddamn loud. And people aren't even familiar enough with the sound anymore to know to run the other way. Probably roused half the neighborhood. But I didn't see anything I could use as an even partial suppressor in that way. Could really found not afford some throw pillows. I used the other 5 bullets in outdoor spaces and small spheres of blind opportunity that the city's eyes couldn't think to pierce. Cramped places usually full of trash. But this room, cheap as it look, is at least clean and organized even. So the corpse adds a certain satisfying contrast. Except there's shit on the floor. By the window, there's broken pieces of something flat, fragile and tacky. It's fine. It's just one thing out of place. Actually, it's not fine. It's actually really irritating. I kick over everything. Kick over the stupid goddamn mirror. 5 perfect crime scenes, each of them not a speck of evidence, nothing to go on. For the final shot, there just has to be some pile of shit in the corner ruining everything. I kick the wall. Something falls from it. Probably more tasteless bullshit. I toss over the chair, knock the urn, tear into the sheets with frustration, and try to savor the shredding. If it can't be clean, I'll just have to lean into the messy angle. At least it will be consistent. She can do that to me. This was all so stupid. Honestly, I'm not the ego-driven type. In fact, I pride myself on my humility. Humility. How cowardly. Now, was it satisfying whenever the first 3 went down with a single shot? Yes. But so what? I'm not made of stone. After that, I did start to actively aim for the heart, but... ugh. Heartbreak killer? Really? Don't people have anything better to do with their time? What kind of miserable, lifeless voyeurs would obsess over something that it's none of their business? All of the threads, breakdowns into goddamn theory crafting. But why the same type of woman? And all the heartbreak killer. Sounds like a soap opera villain from a season where the writers were on strike. I'd feel insulted by the label, but no. That's someone else's name. They came with it. They spread it. They marked it. Heartbreak's got nothing to do with me. There's just some reclusive, lonely, socially impotent loser who's shot 6 people because... well, I'm sure people will come up with something. That he got rejected 1 too many times or whatever. Me, I killed those people because I saw them and I wanted to. And I've killed a lot more than just 6. At least the room is thoroughly trashed now. If I had just walked away after seeing that mess by the window, it would have irritated me to no end. And now, it doesn't match the MO of the last 5 perfectly. It'll irritate the cops to no end instead. Good riddance, Heartbreak. You enjoy your 15 minutes in the spotlight. Really savor it. I'm going home. The air's weighty tonight. Thick. Energized. A heavily foreshadowed summer rain I can feel on every hair. They call this kind of humidity oppressive, but I disagree. The warm tension on your skin, like in those short moments just after the shower turns off when the steam lingers. It's almost most comfortable right after. Maybe there's no disagreement to be had. Oppressive things can be comforting too. Only the guilty ones run. I don't know about that. But I know I've never felt guilty about any of this. And I walk. 5:01 a.m., June 5th, 2086. Sorry, using my Leftist still. That's okay. You can just initial in those spots. Damn! Okay. I took a scenic route home, courtesy of the fine city's sprawling public transport, and got in a bit after 11 p.m. Had myself a thorough shower, drank a glass of milk, did some stretching. Glass of milk. Oh, she's really evil, isn't she, huh? She drank fucking milk? Come on. Made sure my phone was on. Time went by evenly. Around 1:40 a.m. A posting for public defender work came up. Oh my god. What if the reason she's been doing this is so that she can keep a steady line of work for herself? She is in a position... What if... Fringe theory. What if she's in a position so precarious as being a public defender, she has to make her own work for herself and do this morally egregious stuff so that she can take care of Fran, so that she can keep taking care of work, even if it means technically ruining people, but then also proving them their innocence and other things like that. But I don't know if I don't think it was ever mentioned that she was on the previous Heartbreak case. Decent rate, since it was so long and so urgent. I had wagered correctly that the boyfriend would have enough sense to ask for a lawyer, and enough debt that he'd need to be provided one. All I had to do was stay awake. There wasn't much competition after 1 in the morning. Okay, where else? Here and here. How did I phrase it earlier? Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. Why wouldn't I take on a job where I already knew more than the cops? I wouldn't have been easy to convince Carlos to plead out. I would have gotten paid the same too. But easy is dangerous. Carlos, of course, innocent. So his convictions would never be airtight. There would be doubts, questions, appeals. Maybe even fans, depending on his looks. More attention on HK and his crimes. More headaches. The cold case rotting in the far back of the public awareness is always preferable to one open and shut in haste. Now with no more murders matching HK's MO, there won't be any additional public pressure to find the culprit. Now Heartbreak can just starve to death out of sight and mind like any other fluke in the system. Almost done. Getting involved with the case this intimately does have its risks. Hell, I might have even overdone things here or there. Like lighting up a smoke inside an interrogation room, just to make doubly sure I didn't still smell of gunpowder myself. You know, it's actually really funny. I was, during whenever she was smoking, I was like, what if she's smoking to cover up the smell if, like, she had something on her? And because, remember how I literally mentioned, I was like, yeah, you can always smell gunpowder. Kind of like how you can always smell cigarettes. Or you can always smell, like, a gas leak or something. First time she's done a yeah, that is true. But obviously, everything turned out rosy. And it's worth it for the finality of it all. Seeing the authorities failing from the best seat in the house, that's just a bonus. Thanks again, Morgan, for everything. I'm sure Diane is grateful too. Funny. I didn't even know her name. Something the matter? No, sorry, it's just... I was mad when I left my apartment. I know she was too. It's when she died. Death was instantaneous, Carlos. I can't imagine that she was in pain. In fact, I guarantee she was dead before she hit the ground. No, I know, but I keep thinking to myself that she must have died angry at me. She must have died hating me. Tell you the truth, Carlos, there's something I've been wondering about myself. What is it? Something I noticed in the ARC data that I didn't quite understand. A piece of the puzzle didn't quite fit anywhere. But maybe you can make sense of it. What is that? Where'd you find that? The pill organizer was found on the victim. She had a grasp in her hand when she died. Obviously, the police added it to the ARCs, but it was quickly ruled irrelevant. Seems like it contained triprexazone, prescribed to help modders with phantom itches. They're small tablets. Those are tricky clasps, too, for a pill organizer. Could be hard to handle with an unsteady hand. No one will ever know what she was feeling when she died, even if they did. Feelings are complicated. You can feel angry, happy, and sad all at the same time. But as far as facts are concerned, it would appear that when she died, what she was doing was setting out your medications for the week. To my eyes, anyway. "5:01 a.m., June 5th, 2086. Long night? That was too far just now. Practically rubbing in his face. It's not like I care about his feelings. I doubt I'll ever see him again. But overstepping like that is pure hubris. And hubris invites downfall. So why? Why did I even bother? It was the last piece of the puzzle, I suppose. I'll just need to show more restraint next time. Though there won't be a next time for heartbreak. The gun's in custody. There's no bullets left. There won't be a seventh victim. There won't be any more leads to pursue. The media will move on to their next obsession. And I'll move to my next MO. And no one will ever... Found you! They should return you, Rockford. Smash! 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 Hello! I'm so fried. By all means. Oh, they're together. Please tell me they're together. Please tell me they're together. Please tell me they're together. Counselor Morgan, morning, noon, or night, you're always so put together. Thank you. I don't get it. How do you sleep at night? Pardon? You do white noise? Aromatherapy? Whatever you're doing, I need to steal it. God. I must have bags under my eyes dark enough for the dumpsters. Yeah, but she's kind of hot that way, so it's okay. Assistant District Attorney Emma Rockford. She's a prosecutor, the lawyer who argues for the state in court, trying to prove the defendant guilty. And despite her sometimes unkempt appearance, she's probably the sharpest person to fill the position in decades. I should know, since I haven't beaten her once. Worse yet, she has the remarkable ability to compartmentalize all the adversarial energy and only bring it into the courtroom. And part of what makes her good at her job. And hard for me to read. Should I buy a new mattress? What have they got you doing at this ungodly time, Emma? Oh, well... Chubby goddess. Sunburn, dead pixels, eye strain, eggs, Benedict, chess, shogi, idol, savant stars, cat person, yes. I love her. Blood type, oh. I'm pretty sure I'm AB negative, actually. Morgan. Oh, that's Morgan's the only one that, like, whenever her full silhouette doesn't show up. I wonder, wait, hold on, I want to check this. Oh, okay. Oh, well, actually, I'm here for you. Me? Your client was suspected in the heartbreak killings? That's my case. She's perfect, that's what I'm talking about. Well, then you must have been relieved finding out that you won't have to go on trial against me. No. Why would I be worried about going up against you? It's always unintended barbs with her. So, you're working with those detectives? Yeah, London and the new girl, Reyes. They've been reporting to me in preparation for trial. Preparation for trial? That seems ambitious. I guess they gave you the rundown. They've been doing everything they can, but it's hard to catch a killer who lays behind so little. It's hard to kill while leaving so little behind. So Reyes told you that they had the HK in custody and you popped out of bed all excited to run down here? Hardly. I haven't slept in 40 hours. Too much on my mind. So whenever I heard about the case with a single female victim shot through the heart, yeah, my ears perked up. And that's about all. Oh. I mean, Carlos Flat, a serial killer. A serial killer that's outsmarted the state for weeks. She's not using his middle name. He was found with the murder weapon. But I can answer that in any number of ways. That may be true, but then I glanced at the report. You glanced at it? No combat residue on his clothes. Right? Too remorseful, too apologetic in that note. Whatever it was about, his dominant arm modded, which documented sensitivity in shoes. Never could have made a shot that clean. Dude, she's literally fucking me. That's what I was saying. Not without getting close enough to leave scorch marks. Not to mention, he's too tall for the ballistic entry angles. And probably too heavy to leave imprints. You got all that from a glance? Yeah, I'd imagine. I'm not sure a competent lawyer like yourself pointed out all those things when you walked in here. Of course. Worst part is, she's not even being sarcastic. Yeah, of course, it could have been him. Long-term relationship, physically imposing, argumentative, so not the type to bottle things up. She didn't match the profile. Profile? Oh, yeah, right, sorry, you've probably never heard of it. I know what a goddamn profile is. A profile is a reconstruction of the physical criminal psychology based on the evidence of their crimes. Kind of fallen out of fashion in the last few decades, but not much needed to guess the why when 99 times out of 100 who is caught on camera. Or before when they leave the house. I've had to find some real fossils and oddballs to get advice on how to go about it. But when I think about it anyway. Well, at least this Heartbreak Maniac will slow down now that he's lost his weapon. He didn't lose it. He chose to leave it behind. That tells me he's confident he can do just fine without it. And it just makes me even more certain that these aren't his only kills. Were there other shootings with the same MO? No, not that I found. Other victims that fit the description? No. But I'm not overly focused on the victim's appearance anyway. I mean, 6 victims all look alike to each other, but they also look like a lot of people. That's true. Hell, they kind of all look like me. Do they? I guess, yeah, she does fit the MO. I think the only thing is that maybe the weight and maybe the height, maybe the length of hair. I don't know, because the hair was I didn't catch on to that right away because that's not on my screen right now. Not maybe for yours, but for my screen with my LCD screen. That hair looks almost kind of like a strawberry kind of brown. It's not very dark brown. It's not dark brown, almost black like my hair, which is how I always consider brown hair to look. Hers is way, way lighter, like a kind of a milked out coffee look on my screen. I hadn't thought about that. Point is, no one can kill that cleaning when it's their first time. Getting things that perfect takes practice. So I know that HK must have had a lot more than 6 occasions to practice Morgan. Ugh. That's why I think heartbreak is a misnomer. You got something catchy in your mind? I just don't think shooting them in the heart has any particular significance. If anything, it's a testament to their accuracy, their cold-blooded efficiency. The best possible use of 6 untagged bullets. 6 kills guaranteed no matter what kind of life support mods they power pack in. Their real signature isn't the bullets or the gun. It's the perfection. Consistent. That's hard to wrap your head around. I'm saying that these 6 murders were just a fluke, a slip-up, imperfection. A mistake. Exactly, a mistake. They got too clean, too efficient, and now they've got the public's attention. It's no wonder they're so pissed. Talking about the crime scene? Yeah, probably threw the detectives for a loop, right? Based on what you said, I don't blame them. Whoever trashed that room doesn't seem like a smooth operator you've been describing. On the contrary. I don't follow. This was the last bullet, their last shot. The other 5 were perfect. So if anything was out of place this time around, they must have thrown one hell of a temper tantrum. You make them sound like a child. Childish. And cowardly. And two-faced. Someone who hates to lose almost as much as they love winning. Which fits her gambling profile. Your profile tell you that? That? No. That part just takes one to know one. This is so fucking long. I didn't expect it to be 6 hours. So is profiling in some kind of investigative skill? The theory is that a crime can tell you something about the nature of the person who committed it. Stabbing, overkill, points to passion, rage, lust, they probably knew the victim. Poison or guns, meanwhile, suggest they can't overpower the victims physically. And then there's the things you can assume about nearly all serial offenders. Childhood trauma, prior criminal record, few or no meaningful attachments. There's a lot of recurring themes in these stories. The detectives say HK doesn't leave evidence. Because that's a big thing. I know I talk about like narrative a lot, but like narrative is everywhere. Just like how art is everywhere, narrative and story and like literary themes are everywhere. Like, and not to like a fictitious extent, but to like a psychological extent. Common themes of something, like how someone will constantly wear red because red best represents them in their mind and psychology, or how a person will walk because that best reflects who they are in the inside. I think in the modern age, we kind of forget that a lot of psychology and a lot of social relations and a lot of things as a society comes down to the fact that we tell ourselves stories. We are telling and making up things as we go along to reflect the life that we are living. That's one of the reasons why philosophers only interpreted the world in various ways, because each of those were different narratives. Each one of those were different perspectives of possible outlook. When in reality, much like how Karl Marx said, the point is to change it, but it's also the point is that those are narratives. It's not that just one is correct, it's that the very fact that they exist is what is going on. HK doesn't leave evidence. So much can his crimes possibly tell you. That he's diligent, almost perfect, highly intelligent, painstakingly organized, and with enough criminal connections to get his hands on untagged firearms. It's rare to see her this animated outside of a courtroom. It's almost like she's enjoying herself. Pretty. A sheltered house cat who's picked up the scent of a mouse for the first time. A lone wolf, educated, but all her playfully lethal instincts coming to life. Probably overqualified or undervalued. Though I'm not thrilled about the fact that in the metaphor, I would be the... Know what I mean? Definitely. And considering the marksmanship, the detective said that HK would have needed insider information on optics. So does that mean that heartbreaks in law enforcement? Never in 10 billion years. Oh. Antisocial, independent, despises authority. They'd be like a stallion applying for a job on a merry-go-round. They'd be kicking kids in the head after the first full rotation. Right, that's exactly how I'd put it. There must be some connection to the police, though. Maybe secondary, tertiary. These types can't help but insert themselves. Insert themselves? Oh, I'm gonna insert myself. Wait, if HK is not a cop, how do they know about the blackout timing? Crime meta-statistic analysis, probably. Pardon? Take the emergency response times from across the city and map them out, look for the brief spikes and delays, chart out the dips, and... Sorry, technical, I know, but all requisite data is publicly available. With a map and a spreadsheet and a calculator, anyone could reverse engineer the timing if they wanted to. That's such an unpleasant thought, Emma. So to summarize, you're looking for a cold-blooded, faceless, perfectionist killer who you think has no persistent MO or victim types. In a city with 8-digit population. Damn. Over 9 million people? Fuck. Well, good luck. I don't need luck. I only need more information. Well, I'm sure the city would be happy to provide you with more resources. No, Morgan, I mean I need more crime scenes. Oh. Sad truth is, if Heartbreak walked away today, I'd never catch them. Only way my net narrows is if they keep piling up bodies. Not a fair trade, is it? No, it isn't. But getting screwed over is a given. It's a deal with the devil. Fair enough. Ugh. Okay, that run was pretty morbid and detailed. I need to get more, or sleep more. Or sleep less, but harder. You think a higher thread count would help? Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to listen to you ramble. That's a lot more pleasant than having to face you in the courtroom. Sorry, but that's the adversarial process. So no hard feelings, yeah? No hard feelings, you're next. We're both doing what we do. I use a cup of coffee. How about you? Don't tempt me. If you fall asleep face first onto the table, I won't even take a picture. Okay, just don't expect this to make a difference next time we're at each other's throats. Heartbreak won't claim any more victims. In 2 weeks, the media will have moved on to the next sensation, and the police will have moved on to the case that actually stands a chance closing. What people do. But Emma is different. God damn! we got a fucking naval battle over here with the amount of cannons on screen. Oh, that was fucking awesome. That was a great line. Oh my god. Oh, we've got a naval battle with the amount of cannons on screen. Oh. Why is she so short? Hold on, what? She should not be that short. Wait, what? Hold on. Rockford, 165 centimeters, about 5'5", or 5'6". Okay, yeah, she's about 20. Okay, that makes sense. So, yeah, she would have to bend over a little bit. She was set aside. The work, a dozen other cases. Never bringing it up. But a quiet corner of that frustratingly sharp mind of hers will continue to whittle away at her. Never finishing, but never quitting either. I can't afford to take my eyes off her. As long as that's the case, I I may as well try to enjoy the view. Episode 0. End. Oh, man, I'm enjoying the view. But why does she kill? Is it just for the thrill? What's the point in her killings? If they're not vigilantism, who's that? Android. Which means you're going to be living with my friend for a while. For how long? I'm sorry, I don't know. There's no need to look that upset over it. There's a barcode in her hair. My face barely moved. It may as well have been a blatant pout from where I'm sitting. Yeah, like that. This friend of yours, trustworthy? Absolutely. The fact is I trust them more than anyone. Hey, come on. It'll be fun. Really? Really. Educational, too. I think you could stand to learn a lot from someone like Morgan. Oh. 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 Okay. Wow. That was really good. I really, really like that. Holy shit. I love the fact that there's all this like cyberpunk shit going on, but then there's all this like moral stuff going on in the foreground too. Because let's be honest, right? No amount of people that she herself personally kills will ever compare to the harm of the corporations that she works under. It will never compare to the systemic amount of oppression that the corporations put on people. But that does not change the moral outlook of the fact that she did some fucking horrid shit. So far, depending on how we find out like what she's doing or why she's doing it. So far, the MO was brown hair. She could have actually possibly. She said that she didn't notice the similarity between her and Rockford. What if the reason why she went after the brunettes was because they looked like Rockford, and she was venting out some of her frustration against what was going on? Also, I don't know when I'll play episode 1. I would love to play episode 1, but I don't know if I have the money to spend on it, at least officially. I mean, I could always just pirate it, let's be 100% honest, but I want to support these creators. They are doing amazing work. The artists, the artists, the writers, and everything are doing absolutely like fantastic work with this. So it would be a shame not to officially support. And he shall appear. To be continued in. You're the smartest person I know, Morgan. When it comes to people. Personally, I think it's a cruel world to bring something that flawed into the world. You're a criminal defense attorney, and we're at the crime scene. I think I can guess what happens next. I never stolen anything. I was already compromised. You work hard, and the company will have you set for life, and after too. Damn! You could be smiling, fat signing bonuses. So that's not just a lawyer job thing. You dress like a doorman on weekends too. Whoa! Determining fault, determining cause of death. It's like a breath of fresh air. The company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. We can't hope to keep this quiet for long. But it's a million times more likely than the alternative. The heartbreak could never stop themselves from killing. Father said you owed him. I don't know anything of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. Of the Devil, episode 1. That's fucking dope. I think what would be an idle mind leads to idle hands. An idle mind. I like how each of these are like kind of like scripture-based word plays. Episode 0 results. Let's hear it. 2 out of 2 articles. 6 out of 6 profiles, 18 out of 18 key terms, 17 out of 17 pieces of evidence, 26 total credits rewarded. Congratulations. You finished episode 0 with 26 credits. You've also unlocked concept book and bonus scenarios based on your highest score for episode 0. You also have a total of 26 remaining store credits to spend on phone charms, case colors, and based on the highest credit. That's cool. Let's look through the concept gallery. Oof. Wow. Yeah, these over here look far different than the more rounded look right over here. How the hair works. Oh, yeah, that's really cool. I see. So this right here isn't like a... Okay, that's very cool. But like what I was saying was that I wonder how evil she is. How evil is Morgan? Also, is Morgan a reference to Dexter? I fucking hope so. I fucking hope it is. Dexter Morgan, and she's a serial killer and he's a serial killer, and they both, like, you know, have all these, like, other aspects to them where, like, as bad as the world is around them, like, technically they aren't worse than the world around them that they are a part of. Which I think would be very interesting, is that you get to see how fucked up the world is in a corporate hellscape, that your protagonist is a serial killer. And they are infinitely better off morally than the crushing weight of corporate America. I think that would be very cool. I love the harness. The harness is very good. It also emphasizes the chest a lot. Based on your line of thinking, you're really going to fuck with episode 1? Oh, I hope so. If it's good cyberpunk, then it's going to be good cyberpunk. That's all I'll care about. This is clearly Deckard. This is clearly based on Deckard. Oh, dude, she's so fine. Holy shit. Why are all the women in this show so goddamn good looking? And also, like, endowed. The fuck? I haven't seen, like, a single flat-chested character in this entire thing. Very cool. Oh, very cool. Got a little bit of chub to him. That's cool. Oh, and I also like that you can see, like, the diodes, or no, the electrodes on the on his pectoral right here, which would be needed. You would need to have the sensory input data of the pectoral and the back muscles too to properly read the intention of it, because when you move your arm upward, it only does so because of the bicep and the trapezial in the back. Let's see. God damn, dude. Wow. She almost looks like that one serial killer from Danganronpa with the scissors. I also like that she's, like, kind of like wearing a lab coat in a way too. You know, personally, if I was in this situation where Carlos is with Morgan behind me, I don't think I'd be able to focus. Oh, very cool. This looks like it was probably done in Blender and then imported into Unity. Oh, very cool. Oh, let me guess. This is for the other episodes. Who is that? Heart fake killer. Heart fake killer? Oh, cool. This is a very sick outfit. Very cyberpunk. And Android here is very cool too. I love this, like, billowing design. I like the shoes too. These are some very, very evocative, how do you say, like, character designs. Oh, did it? Okay. Okay. I honestly, whenever I was going through the profiles, I never noticed that there was a heartbreak tab. I didn't notice. Honestly, if I'd probably seen this as heartbreak, I would have. Obviously, it wasn't going to show the redheaded parts. It was just going to show these silhouettes right here. I probably would have guessed way. I would have been far more convicted in the ideas that I was going through because of the gloves and the shit, right? But again, I'm very curious as to why she's a killer. Why did she do this? Why did she go about this? Um, what caused her to want to become a killer? And it's not like she's a corporate killer either. But like I was saying with all of her MOs, it seems like all of them were corporate aligned so far. We have one who was because obviously she didn't just pick somebody. Based on the information that we know about her, she was very specifically profiling different people. She knew more about them than what was letting on during the cases. So she probably knew that Diane was working as a part of a corporation. So maybe there's like a vengeance aspect to it with corporations. And it is one of those things where it's like you're hating the player but not the game. But also at a certain level, if they were really high up execs and not just like workers, shit. What's there? I don't see anything wrong with him getting got, but I am very curious to understand why she chose what she's did, because I can't really think of anything so far right now. It is very, very cool. I really did enjoy it. The bonus scenarios are very short. You can play through them all if you want. Oh really? Hold on. Unable to authenticate downloadable content purchased through Steam Store for episode 0. Yeah. Let's just go back to title. No! I just pressed continue, so I just restarted. Hold on. Bonuses? What the fuck? Okay. Well, whatever. I'm sure I can do it in a... Whatever. I'm sure I can do it another time. But, yeah, I really did like that. Thank you, Lintel, for your payments, but also thank you for recommending this to me. I really, really did enjoy it. It was very, very fun. So yeah. I guess I'm just going to quit this. We're getting close to a 6-hour stream. I'm going to wait a few more minutes to get to the full... There we go. Yeah, that was very cool. I love that. I don't know when I'm gonna be able to fucking upload it to YouTube, or anything like that, but I do want to upload it to YouTube. I'll probably have to go through all 6 hours, maybe cut it down a little bit, but I never like really took any long breaks throughout any of that. So I probably only had to cut out like the cheese break and then the pizza break, but then everything else was basically me just talking about the game. There was also maybe I think, what was it, 15-20 minutes at the very beginning of the stream I'll probably have to cut out too. But yeah, that was very cool. What are we thinking for tomorrow? What are we thinking for tomorrow? I think I want to do Minecraft tomorrow. I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow that I need to do. But then after that, I'm thinking maybe Minecraft, maybe doing a mod pack, maybe doing something like that. of the Devil episode 1 gets fucking shot by Heartbreak. I love playing these games because the moment that like I finish them, immediately it's added to my encyclopedic knowledge and I start referencing them. I'll start referencing it. Like I did it with like Milgram, I did it with Alien Stage, I did it with Deltarune. Every new thing that I play on the channel ends up getting added to like my repository of stuff to pull from. So I'll start making jokes about it. I'll mention Morgan later on, or I'll mention the appeal of them, or or how, or like the eye patch, or like I'll be like, oh my god, it's Reyes, or oh my god, it's Reyes Chris, it's Chris Reyes, it's Farah Chris, it's Farah Dreamer. See, it's based on Kara because her name is Farah, and that's like Kara Dreamer, Farah Dreamer. That must be the hidden sibling. It's not Togor. It's it's Farah. I'm thinking Minecraft tomorrow maybe. I think I might want to just do like no, I don't know. I would feel a little weird about that, not because I wouldn't mind it. It's just one of those things that's like, I don't know. I mean, I think you might be, who knows? I don't know. That's up to you. If you want to do that and you can somehow find my Steam account or find out a way to gift a Steam certificate for a game, by all means, go ahead. I won't stop you, but I won't ask for it either. But for tomorrow, Minecraft. I think I want to do Minecraft. Maybe instead of one of the older versions, I want to do like the most up to date version, and then like have stream share on and like be like, oh, chat interactivity. So like maybe I can do like the if I laugh I lose thing where like I'll just die. It's like, oh, if you send something in chat and I laugh at it, I have to drop whatever's in my hand or something. What did I'm pretty sure my Steam is public. I don't know. Isn't it connected to my hold on. Whatever. I couldn't connect it. Fucking shucks. I could also just use the money that you send me from Patreon to buy it. I could also just do that. I'm just very enthusiastic about it because getting people to play this game. Well, I feel that. It's just like the One Piece. My name is Deku on Steam, and I have Zagreus as my profile picture from Hades. If you find it, it's yours. Now you just have to find it. Hold on. Let me. Hold on. I have the perfect thing for this. You want my Steam account? You just have to find it. Hold on here.
Wealth, fame, power. Gold Roger, the king of the pirates, attained this and everything else the world had to offer.
And his dying words send countless souls to the seas. You want my treasure?
You can
have it.
I left
Everything I have is there in one place. Now you just have to find it.
These words lured men to the Grand Line in pursuit of dreams greater than they'd ever dared to imagine. This is the time known as the
That is the Great Pirate Era. Hold on, wait. I have something else I can play. Hold on. I have two things actually, because this one's also really good. This one's from the live action. Hold on, I'm getting fucking autistic hyperfixated on One Piece again. Hold on. This one, and then. You want my treasure? You can have it. I left it all in one place. You just have to find it. Dun 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 dun. Next up is the 4Kids rap from One Piece 4Kids.
There once was a man
named Gold Roger.
Who was king of the pirates. He had fame, power, and wealth beyond your wildest dreams. Before they hung him from the gallows, these were the final words he said.
My fortune is yours for the taking, but you'll have to find it first. I left everything I own in one piece.
Ever since, pirates from all over the world set sail for the Grand Line, searching for One Piece, the treasure that would make their dreams come true.
Yo! Dreaming, don't give it up, Louie. Dreaming, don't give it up, Toro. Dreaming, don't give it up, Nami. Dreaming, don't give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up. Oh! Here's the story of how it's going down. Sometimes lands don't go. That's all I'm saying. I'm the king of the pirates. I'm gonna be king. Yayo, yayo, yayo. Whoa, such a Luffy. Yeah, Monkey D. Luffy, king of the pirates. He's made a puppet. How did that happen? Yo, whoa, it's a come. Moving like a bug flipped on his back. That's really funny. That's really funny, actually. Oh, that was very good. Whew. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for coming along to the stream. Tomorrow is Christmas Eve. So tomorrow is going to be a big day. Probably going to be I have no idea how long the stream's going to be. It might be 2 hours. It might be 12 hours. I don't know. Who knows when we'll start. I think it would be cool to do it to like where it like shifts over to 12 a.m. and it lands on Christmas. Maybe have a big celebration before ending, but I don't know. I have a lot to do on Christmas, so yeah. Thank you all for coming. I'll see you guys tomorrow. If you have any recommendations for possibly how to play Minecraft tomorrow, because I do want to play Minecraft tomorrow, that's kind of like set in stone of what I want to do. Leave it in the whatever, in the doodly doo. So yeah. Bye.